Hello! Apparently, I'm live.
You are.
Oh, wonders will never cease. Not looking good though on the old YouTube front. I have a warning triangle, which is strange. Because for once, this end is right. But YouTube's complaining. But I'm there, so let's just see how it goes. Now, let's get everybody in the chat. Hello, Jonathan. Hello, Paul. Hello, Neil. Morning, evening and afternoon. Yes, because you're in Australia, so you are living in the future. And hello, Kim. Hello, Deb. CQ. Hello, Paul. Another Paul. And what else we got? Mike, you're in. That's good. I'm glad you're here. I think I've got everybody. Jonathan says he can't hear me. Can you hear me?
He can now, he said.
Oh, good, good.
I told him to turn it up.
Right, I can just about see that. Desk's a bit crowded tonight. That's because I've got loads of stuff on it, and hopefully I'll be able to show it to you. But it's chaotic, but never mind, let's get on with it. Okay, so you need to see my desktop. I've also got half a dozen webcams lined up here. Just saying. So fingers crossed that all of the tech works. Otherwise, won't be much of a demo. And I've got a whole demo where I actually show you what's on the desk. Right, so let's get you to see the desktop first. Oh, in fact, there's one more thing before we get going, isn't there? One more thing, because we always have to do that. Current state of play. Current state of play. But Jonathan assures me he's had a bit of a busy day. So you never know. Right, okay, you should be able to see my desktop. And from there, I'll get my slides up and then we can get on. So, hello and welcome. 12th of June. How did that happen, Mike?
I don't know.
Me neither. It's still February in my mind and it's staying that way. Having said that, weather is hideous, but it's still too warm. Need more rain, more rain. But what do we have for you tonight? I think everything that's on there we are talking about, but there's a lot more besides. Took an executive decision not to try and squeeze it all onto there. Let's have something that's a surprise. So that's the minimum, but lots more. Just saying. Things like microphones and things like that. Exciting things.
Can I just say?
If you need to, yeah.
The shopping's been.
That was good planning.
There's Toblerone.
Oh, yes, and what was better about Toblerone?
Galaxy.
No. £3 for the Toblerone.
Oh, yes, £3.
Not when it went up to £5 each. So that's Mike, a happy boy. All right, make sure you are watching in the best definition possible, which is available from near the thumbs up, which is handy as well. So if you see something you like, give us a thumbs up, makes a difference. But settle down right now for the tale to end all tales. The week at MacBites headquarters. I should have keyed audio up on this. I thought long and hard for Saturday. As you know, on a Saturday, we do a radio show. It is Brooklyn's 196 by request. And I've always been putting up some pictures from Brooklyn's. This week, video. There is audio on this, but I'm not going to subject you to it. Do you know the reason I thought long and hard, Mike?
No.
Well, when we put stuff up from the church, when we put the masses up, there are some hymns in there. And YouTube always flags it up. Copyright issues. Now, because it's a church and you're not making money anyway, that's not an issue. So we don't worry about it. But here on this channel could be problematic. So I took the decision to just share with you without it being
No, because
audio.
I don't think. Can I say which song it was?
Oh, yes.
I'm assuming it was Mondays.
It was.
I don't think me murdering the Boomtown Rats could be done for copyright.
You'd be surprised what they can work out. And I sat and listened to it 4 times and thought, no, don't do it. But I will put it up, so I'll play it for you. No sound. And
I'll sing along.
No! that ruins the whole point.
The silicon chip.
Mike, We will put this up with the sound and give them a link later.
Okay.
But for the moment, just enjoy the vision that is Mike in his mullet wig playing along. This was your not your air guitar. This was your air piano.
Air piano.
Your air piano, and he literally is. If you could only play in your head the Boomtown Rats, there he is, and that was Saturday, and major climax, obviously. That was Saturday. If you're in our WhatsApp group, you will have seen that. Other than that, we will put it on Slack, won't we? Replete with sound. Anyway, that took us through to Sunday. We spent the entire day. Do you remember Sunday?
Yeah.
You're looking a bit vague.
It was the day after Saturday.
Prize to Mike for stating
the day
obvious.
before Monday.
Yes. But we had to put in a lot more equipment because Mike has moved into the studio. So now we have all kinds of stuff in there. There's 2 microphones in there. There is a backup digital recorder. There is a special pair of headphones for him. You'll see how interested he is in my keyboard because that's now sideways, out of the way. But he has lighting and he has multiple iPad stands. So we had to clear out and then put back in what he needed, which gave me an opportunity to tidy up the bit that is behind what you're looking at now, where the photo was taken from. And the most critical piece of equipment, who doesn't need a squidgy pile of poo in the office? Look at that. Oh, loving it. So that's the behind bit. I was explaining about those cupboards, Mike, those tall scallids. And look, emptiness in the cupboards. And the books there that are as old as I am. But there you go. So that was Sunday, which took me on to Monday.
Yes, it will, Johnny.
What?
Will it stay that neat for a long time?
Yes, it will. Absolutely, it will. Or he'll be
strung up.
Yes, he'll be strung up. I don't believe it. What happens every time I try and go live on YouTube, Mike? What does the browser do? Kick me out. When it kicks me out, I mean, really? You know?
Johnny spotted TDK.
They were TDK.
DVDs, weren't they?
Blu-ray. They're Blu-ray.
Blu-ray, Johnny.
I still have a Blu-ray recorder, etc. Yeah, it's logged me out the chat, so I now can't see the chat. But fear not. Fear not. I am about to go into here and sort it out. So let me get my password copied from there and get it into the browser yet again, or I can't even control it. Why does it let me go live and then kick me out? This is the bit I don't understand. Crying out loud, because we need to look at Monday. Right, am I back again now? I'm just going to say hi in the chat. If it comes through, I'm back. If it doesn't, I'm not. I think
yes,
I'm
back. You're back.
Right, okay, so Monday happened and it was all your fault. Not you, Mike. It was each and every one of you lovely MacBiters. I said I had a dodgy computer. I said I had an iMac that was poorly. And you tempted me to go in and deal with it. I knew this was a bad idea. Right, situation was, it is a 2011 iMac. It had the white screen of death. Annoyingly, it started up like that, and then it took you there, and you're thinking, yes, it's booting up, and then it went back to that. For quite a while. But you know what you're like when you're thinking, no, it'll be fine. And then it's not. Yeah, because then it goes black. So you try again, and it goes back to white. It starts booting. It goes white again, and then it goes back to black. It's dead. Totally dead. So I thought to myself, right, it wasn't a panic, because it hadn't booted since late 2018. But you lot tormented me, and once I got the bit between my teeth, I decided I needed to at least determine what was wrong with it. So I started troubleshooting. I would rather have seen that, because it would have meant no bootable drive found. That would have told me the drive was dead. I thought the drive could be dead, so I plugged in one that I knew was working and got that. Thanks for that. That means the drive has a bootable operating system on it, but there's something wrong with it. It's useful, isn't it? I'd say that's a no entry sign, but I'm assured it is the prohibitory symbol for Mac. Either way, wasn't booting. So I unplugged that. We went back to that again. So that was the end of Monday. Can I just say, the in-studio audience wasn't impressed with my technical skills at this point. She was rolling a little eyes. But undeterred, I headed into Tuesday. It started again. We met again, we resumed battle. At this stage, I'd tried everything. The PRAM reset, the boot to recovery thing, not having it. Nothing. But I had read, potentially could be the RAM. Sounded like an old wives' tale to me, but worth a try anyway. RAM is not something I'm short of. Seriously. Every time I buy a Mac, I get the least RAM you can buy it with, and I put it in a drawer. And I replace it with a full set of RAM, either from Crucial or Mr. Memory. So that was my plan. Back to the RAM. In I went. It needs to be put in pairs, so I took a pair out. Then I took the other pair out, and I cleaned them, dusted them, and I put one pair back. So far, so good. Then I put the second pair back. It got further. I got so excited. It got all the way. And it booted. My life was complete. By Tuesday night, it was alive. It wasn't well, not by any means was it well, but at least I'd managed to get it to boot. Home straight, I thought. Wednesday. Into Wednesday. Actually got far enough that I could see all of that. So I thought, oh, I hadn't upgraded it from High Sierra. Interesting. But I did a quick test, and you can't take that particular machine further than High Sierra, so it was updated as far as it would go. Went through the whole thing, seeing what was there, what wasn't there. It was reading all of the RAM. It was finding all of the displays. You'll laugh at this, but I'd forgotten I had a secondary display on it. Now you're thinking to yourself, but surely, Elaine, it was sat next to it. It was! Now you come to mention it. But because it hadn't turned on in so long, I'd just kind of forgotten that that monitor was attached. Hard drive seemed all right, plenty of space on it, not reporting any problems at that point. Memory, absolutely fine. Long, useless support stuff, and obviously it was well out of service. I think it's been out of AppleCare for like 6 years, but it's going to need some serious TLC if it's actually going to be usable at this point. But the RAM issue, clearly I was on the right path. So I carried on. This took me to Thursday. This is why nothing gets done, Mike, because you're so busy trying to sort things out. Because I'd got it as far as actually booting it up, I decided I would run the first aid on the hard drive. Yeah, no, didn't end well. It did do it. It did get to the end. It said operation successful, but it couldn't repair it. Not even if I booted to the recovery partition and did it from there. It still couldn't repair it. So it was time for new hardware. And I figured I'd sort out a new SSD for it. What it had in it was a spinning disc. Well, it was spinning at some point, but now it was literally on its last. Which took us on to Friday. I think actually that was yesterday, but it was a bad day. It was a bad day. However, this is June in the UK and it's what we call summer. And then this happened. Ooh, I'm in. It's a miracle. I managed to get the external SSD, put it in a cradle, get it on outside, and somehow I decided against making an image of the internal drive and transferring it out. I'm always highly suspicious when there's something wrong with it in physical terms. My rationale was, I'm not going to do that. My rationale was, let's try and get a clean install, which Apple make far more difficult than it needs to be. Even just downloading the installer, it used to be simple. Now it's not. It started trying to download Catalina. What use is that when I can't install it? But it would let me download it. But would it let me download High Sierra? No. Luckily, I have installers for everything going back to Tiger that I have on pen drives that I can boot from. So I had a complete clean install of High Sierra on a 960 gigabyte SSD, and it's purring away quite happily. How on earth do you top that? Oh, I had a plan. Things were going so well, I decided to go in and do a Windows update while I was at it. Which isn't exactly the best idea I've ever had, is it, Mike?
No.
No. But mine went all right. How did yours go, Mike?
It seems to have gone okay. I'm assuming that's what it's done.
Well, there is a big Windows update out. It is the 2004, so 2004 is the reference for it. It's going okay so far. Oh, look at you all with what's on the shelves. Now I can see that. Are they videos? No, they weren't videos. They were TDK. I think they were Blu-ray. Some may have been DVDs, but I think they were Blu-rays. Could you use it as a target display? I wish. They don't make it easier. It could be. The way it used to be about 10 years ago, I talked about this on Marooned, it was a lot easier to troubleshoot a Mac than it is now. But I didn't put the SSD on the inside of it because that would necessitate taking the glass off the front. It's one of the thicker iMacs, so technically it would have come off, but I decided in the end, just hang it off the back and see how it goes. It'll either work or it won't. It's not a primary machine. What I was doing with it, it had an external DVD on it, and if I needed to rip a disc, I would rip it over there because it was configured to do it. So in terms of the software needed and the space and all of that, that's what I was doing with it. So that's probably what it will go back to doing. Only now it'll do it faster with an SSD. That's the plan anyway.
This is telling me feature update to Windows 10 version 1909.
Oh.
It should be version 2004.
Can I just say something, Mike?
Yeah.
Now is not the time to fiddle with it.
I wasn't going to fiddle with it.
Because you've got a demo coming up on it. No, I did all of mine. And as it says there, it will reboot several times. You're not kidding. It absolutely did. So Neil says, not game to get the suction cups out. No. Short version of that, Neil. No. It's not worth it. It really isn't worth it. Unfortunately, I think it's only got USB 2. But there's possibly things I could do to speed it up a bit without that. At that point, mainly my rationale was, haven't got any, so I would need to go and buy some. Then I'd need to go and buy the stuff to put the screen back on with. And to be honest, I didn't know at that point if there wasn't something else wrong with it. Because obviously reseating the RAM did get it to boot, but the hard drive's got a problem. So there's more than one issue with it, and I wasn't about to try and fix half of them and then find another 15. So at the moment, it was just a case of, can I get it to boot, and can I get a new version of the operating system on it? I can still access all of the data on the original hard drive, so I could make an image of it. But once it's got iffy sectors, I tend to leave it alone, just leave it there. It will die out in the end, but at the moment, while it's there, the recovery partition is on it. So far, so good. But as I say, you're very naughty to tempt me to do that on a Monday because it took me through to the entire week. But we're there now. While all that was going on, Notion brought out an update. Oh, we're so excited. Was it the lesser spotted timeline feature? Surely it must be this time. No. Inline maths. Inline maths. Don't even get me going about the lack of an S on the word maths. Just saying. It's a UK thing. It's mathematics with an S. Therefore, it's maths.
I thought you said inline maths.
It needed a maths. I would really love to see the timeline feature. But no. It was... Do you know what's worse than new features you have absolutely no need for?
No.
You're grumpy then when you're reading the bug fixes thinking they shouldn't be broken in the first place. And then it started giving me pro tips that I already knew about, so then I got grumpier still. But there's another update out. Eventually it's going to be the one I want, and it might even be during my lifetime. That's my plan anyway. On to better things. There was a Vivaldi update. I think this has got a mention, actually, in Slack. they've actually added proper new features. So the first feature they've actually added is the Notes Manager. They've improved it greatly, to be honest. Now, it's good that it's there. I'll show it to you. But in terms of me using it, it is very impressive. But I use Google Keep, and the only reason I use Google Keep is so my notes are available across browsers, because I use so many browsers. But they have done that. And the second thing they have added is configurable menus. So it's fast becoming one of the best browsers. I was using it because it had that sidebar, so I can have my chat and my main working area. So Vivaldi hosts Notion for me, and that is what I do with it. They've also asked at the bottom, look at the doggy. Oh, that's a way to get my attention, isn't it, Mike? A 2-minute survey. They just want you to do the survey. Because they asked nicely and they added lots of features, I'll do the survey then. Right, let's actually have a look at it. Okay, where did I put it? Where's Vivaldi? Right, there's Vivaldi. So I'll bring that on. Hopefully that will work. There we go. So first thing is, also this week we were playing around with OneTab. We talked about OneTab, and I had OneTab configured and installed. And this is speed dial. Tiling of tabs is brilliant. It absolutely is. The save sessions it's actually nice. I was looking at it and looking for bookmarks and saving them as a folder, but that isn't how it works. But what I like about it is, one, I can bring up my sidebar. So if we go into my sidebar, that's how I have it when I'm using the chat. So I have the sidebar down there. But the other thing that I like is that you can toggle that with a shortcut key, which is Command Option and P, which totally hides it. And then the bit you're talking about where you can have multiple tabs at the bottom. So let's say we've opened that one and we've opened something completely different. Well, let's go for that one. Right. I actually toggle off the status bar but bring it back with Command Option and /, which means I'm not wasting space, but I can go here and I can do my thing. So you select the 2 tabs or more, if that's what you want to do, and then do a split thing. And you can do all of that with the sidebar as well, which gives you 3, which is so cool. It is, it's a great feature, that. So I use that for Notion because it makes sense to use that for Notion. And then if you want to go back to 1, you can just split that down, and then I would hide that. So I learned the shortcut keys to bring those forward and backwards. It is a very good browser. But what we're looking at the moment is going into here and going to Vivaldi Notes, and this is what Vivaldi Notes looks like. So in here, let's take that, and you can add it to the note, copy to note. When you copy it to note, you get this in here. So the top half is your note. It gives you where it came from. It's got the date it was created. There's an attachment there. In the bottom, you actually see the bit that you took a note from. And then you can put some notes. So need to update the home page or whatever you need to put in there. But you've actually got it from there and you can navigate back to it. So I think that's a really great idea. As I said, I don't particularly use that. It would make sense if I was doing something specific in Vivaldi that I wanted to do that with. But what I was finding was, if I bring up my side panel and I have Google Keep in my side panel, you can see I've got Google Keep and it says your notes you add would appear here, which is fine, they do. So if I just wanted to take a note there, like update homepage, and give it a title if you want, website, come on, and there I have my actual note. And from there, if I want that to be a particular colour, I can do that. I can use checkboxes, put lists in, so item 1, and the beauty of this is it's available across multiple browsers. So if something like Firefox has got a sidebar, which it does, then I can access them in the same way. Whereas with Vivaldi, they are locked inside Vivaldi. But as you can see, it's a much bigger implementation where you've got much more management involved. So I still use Google Keep just because I want them across the browsers. But if I didn't, if I just was using one browser, then I would definitely be using that notes feature. Now, that is a big improvement. Right, so Deborah's saying, I've started using notes. It's handy for what I do, using other browsers less and less. That's how I started off with Vivaldi. And I thought, oh, it's like Opera, and I've used Opera. And then it's things like the sidebar and the multiple views and saving sessions and loading sessions. And the fact that it will let me use Chrome extensions, it's really, really good. So although I've got it hosting my Notion pages, and I pretty much do have it hosting a lot of them all at once, it makes it like an app for me. But I do increasingly find myself using it, and that's when the fact it will use extensions from Chrome make it fantastic. The only one I couldn't get working, so all of my extensions that I prefer are in here. So I have my ad blocker, have the ability to copy URLs, I have Sarka installed, I have Session Box, I've even got it working with Downy, even though Downy is no longer supported on Chrome. I've got my Save to Notion, my OneTab, and 1Password. I try to keep the number of extensions down just to sort of keep it manageable. But those ones I consider critical. It makes working with it just wonderful. So Vivaldi just keeps improving. That was the one feature that they've added. And what did I say the other one was? Was there anything to see with that? Let's go back in and have a look. It was the configurable menus, wasn't it? So let's go back down there. Don't actually need to see that. But basically anything in here, if you prefer it somewhere else or you want to take things away, you can actually do that. Which again is just fantastic. When you look at the preferences they've got already, they are extensive. I have totally changed the look of this. The default appearance is kind of a red colour, but I prefer it darker because I watch videos in it. I've got my Chrome set to dark now because I'm using that to watch videos in. But there is a whole plethora of things that you can do in here. Anything you want to do, you can do. In fact, if you use Vivaldi and just look at my version of Vivaldi, you may see something that's completely different. And it's something that the default way that Vivaldi works was annoying me. And that was when you hovered over the icon, it changed to a close button. The close button was at that end of the window, and I wanted it on the right hand side. There is no option in the interface to put it on the right hand side. But you can do it with CSS. So now I can even have it closing on the right hand side. Vivaldi is beyond amazing with the level of customization it gives you, even if some of it isn't in the interface. I had to do a lot of Googling and a lot of searching and a lot of trial and error to try and get the CSS right, but once it's done, it's done. So it's a set it and forget it. Right, so schools and Google are an actual match. They are. Well, 1Password does work very nicely, Deborah. Had no problems with that. The only one that didn't was this one, which is Speed Dial. That does not play nicely with it at all. I tried to install it. Hello, Simon. Goodbye, Simon. Talk soon, Simon. The only way I could do it, it just didn't play ball at all. It did not like it. The only way I could do it was actually to hook it up. So my homepage was speeddial2.com/bookmarks, and that solved the problem. And all of the things I've got are all down here. And as I've mentioned before, I have them very tiny. Any's Notion, AH is After Hours, WP is WordPress, YET is YouTube. And that way, when I am using it in a supported environment with all of those across, I can fit more of them on just by having them smaller. Do you know about dragging down from the top and seeing the thumbnails? I do. I did that inadvertently the first time. It's there, isn't it? You just pull that down. You can see a little bit of them, or you can pull it the whole way down. Also, stacking tabs is incredibly useful. Did I do it like that? I did not a session. There you go. A new tab stack with selection. And then what you end up with is one tab, but inside it, there's two. So you hover and you can go click between them. So hover, go to the first one, hover, go to the second, or put more of them up there. So you can actually add to that. So what I tend to do is when I've got YouTube open and I've got like 9 videos, I'll just grab the lot and put them in a stack. Love it. Absolutely love it. It's fantastic. Works brilliantly. Happy to recommend that one. So there we go. Right, let's get back in. What's coming up next? Oh, yes. Photoshop camera. Who's done the deed and got hold of it? Like tab groups in Chrome. Indeed. Do you know, browsers these days are, when I think back to what a browser was, it was like a kind of just a portal through which you viewed a website, and the magic was happening at the website end. But increasingly, the browsers are so important.
Netscape Navigator.
Oh, Netscape Navigator. I wasn't a fan at the beginning particularly. It was just like it was a browser. But towards the end of its life, it was just so clean and usable. I was a big fan. And then it died a death. And I then went to Chrome, I think, in the end. Yes, Photoshop camera. I was going to do the whole thing on it, but having seen it, I should have known when I saw those screenshots, shouldn't I? Neil, I spent 1 minute with it and left it there. Yeah, I think I managed too, but only because the full hideosity of it just struck me. I should have known when I looked at those, but I thought, you know, there's settings for skies and there's portraits and there's lenses. Give it a chance. So I'm sat here at my desk last night. I'm basking in the glory of the fact that my other machine is now alive with an operating system. I've got a drink in one hand and I think I had a gluten-free bun in the other. And I thought, right, I'll just sit back and just take some photos on here, see what they're like. Can I just say they're unretouched? That was it. That was my desk. You can see the keyboard. And there is the Mac behind it. And I thought, why? Why would anybody want to do that? And I thought, clearly, it's for Insta stars who are 12. Oh, what have you taken out? You got the wrong one in.
I put the wrong one in. I'll put the right one in now.
It's, yeah, if you're 12, it's fine, isn't it? It looks like the titles to Grange Hill, if you remember those. It is not what they said it was. What they said it was Photoshop inside a camera, and you'd be able to make changes to the settings and get the best out of your camera. I'll just leave you looking at those 3 for a start. I know they're only options, but the fact that they're there kind of makes me feel it's not made for me. I haven't taken it outside and done the outside thing. I refer you back to the photograph from earlier. The weather, not clement at the moment. But you know, I will do that. But I got as far as that and words failed me. I really can't add much to that at the moment. It's bad. That is what it does out of the box. I did try, because Deb mentioned turning it sideways. So I did try that on an iPad. I also tried it on an iPhone. Neither played particularly well. There was one icon flipped around when I turned it the other way. So again, it's made for vertical images. Okay, and on an iPad, it will 2 times. It does work on an iPad, but it looks very clunky, and it's certainly not optimised for an iPad in the way that many, many other apps are. So to be honest, this is just like, as Deb said, there's a million apps that do this and they're rubbish. So I left it at that. I would never, ever need to take a photo like that. So I will take a deeper look at it. But, you know, I had this earmarked for Tuesday and it didn't come out. It was 2.5 days late arriving, and when it arrived, it looked like that. So I left it be. But what I did do, I thought, okay, so I need something else to compensate for this rubbish. Jonathan says he can see his holiday snaps being taken with this. Don't take one and then send it to Nanny Isaacs. You know, like the one in the middle, or she'll think you're on acid or something. It's bad news. I decided I would recompense and look at something called Quick Draft, which you may or may not have heard of. But I'm mentioning it in relation to, we looked at an app called, a different app. So this is Quick Draft. It's pretty decent. As you're looking at it, you should be thinking of an app that we looked at that did something very similar. So it works off the menu bar at the top, and it does one job, and it does it simply. It's a scratch pad. It supports Markdown, and it does work pretty well. I've tried that. So there you go. We'll be looking at that in a moment. It supports dark mode. And it also syncs to iCloud. And there are two other applications, two other versions of the application, one for iPhones and the other for iPadOS, which are dedicated and synchronise. Admittedly using iCloud. Now, the reason I'm looking at this is you were all thrilled when we looked at Tot. Tot being your tiny text companion. The one with 7 notes, that's the one, Deborah. It did indeed have a bang on 7 notes. It looked beautiful. It was really being pushed. And I was surprised because I looked at it and thought, yeah, Drafts is better. But it has its place. It's simple. It's very, very simple. But the issue you've got with it isn't the fact that it's not fantastic on the Mac. Your issue was it's free on the Mac. So you're like, yeah. And it synchronises with iOS, and it's £20. £20. If it was about $2.99, I'd give it a go. And I think I said that at the time. Well, when I looked at this one, I thought this might be a more cost-effective approach to handling small notes. It's free to get started on the Mac. And then as you go into it, you have the in-app purchase, which you can get the Pro version for the Mac at $4.99. What it doesn't make clear from that is that the iOS version and the iPad version is not actually $1.99 more. If you buy Quick Draft Pro, the $4.99 unlocks it on all the platforms. So the $1.99 in-app purchase is for iOS and iPadOS. The $4.99 is for all 3 platforms. So I thought it was worth a look at, and that is what is nestling neatly up there under the QD option. So that's the one that they give you by default. Now it does say get all features, and when you click on that, you get this. The features that you've got, you have in there, but the extra ones is the ability to select your own font and the shortcuts that you have. So you can work with workflows and schemas, etc. And that is $4.99. But again, it doesn't really make clear there that that is supposed to encompass all platforms. But I haven't done that bit yet. Right, so to see what you've got here, it gives you a word count, which can be quite useful. It gives you character count. You'll notice here that this is Markdown. So as you hover over these, you can click and mark them off as done. You can add extra ones. So if we put in there the infamous item 1, to move on, it gives you, you don't have to add it as a to-do. If you go down, if you press enter again, that to-do disappears. If you then think, I wanted that to be a to-do, you've got two ways of doing it. You can go back and press enter again. Delete that. Or you've got this option on the toolbar at the bottom, which is make it a to-do item, and then you can add item 3. So what you've got down here is the ability to pin this, so you can pin it to the top. That way, as you bring other stuff on, so like that, it actually goes behind it. You have the cog here, which is your preferences. So there's the preferences. Not much in there at the moment. You can record a global shortcut, which would be nice if you could actually read that says global shortcut. But it does. It's the hotkey to bring it to the front automatically and focus it. You can automatically open it at login. And you can choose whether to show it in the menu bar or not. At the moment, that's it. That's all you can do with it. But that's where the preferences are from. That quickly changes you between the two fonts that you've got. So you can either have it in a kind of Cody view or have it looking far prettier. Must admit, I go for the far prettier. That one allows you to select all. So rather than fiddling about in here and doing that, you can actually do a select all. Then you've got this one, which allows you to copy it. So handily next to the select all, so you can copy it. But you also have other options. So let me get into drafts. Here's my drafts behind there. So if you use drafts, drafts is like this, but much more powerful. But what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to show you that you can actually just send it somewhere else as well. And it will bring it in. And it's bang on accurate. I can mark these off in here as well. Because this, by default, supports Markdown. So I can take it from here and put it in drafts if that's what I want to do. Or take it and send it anywhere else. So I could actually send it as a message or wherever I want it to go. From there, if you don't have what you want available from there, then the other way to do it is obviously to select it, copy it, and paste. There we go. So it's very, very similar. Oh, you'd like to see drafts on setup, I'm sure. I'm sure you would. Have we seen drafts before? Probably not, Jonathan. For the simple reason, drafts is amazing. It's one of these apps you look at and think, I don't think I have a need for that. And then you start using it and you realise just how much you have a need for it. While I was setting up that machine, obviously there was a clean install of High Sierra on it. There was nothing on it. So what I thought I'd do was make a note of the apps that I put on and the order that I put them on in and why. And I thought it would make a good blog post. So if I just whip that over there and do that. Yep, this was where I put it. And look at the #1 app I installed. Drafts went on there first. And the reason that I did that was I needed to make notes. So I'm sat there and I thought, I need drafts on there. So the first app I installed was Draft. The second one was 1Password. And then there was all of the others, which I will explain in a blog post. But drafts was the first one that went on. The only reason I haven't demonstrated it, it's got all my stuff in it. It's actually a live thing. But I will find a way to demonstrate it. It is very, very good. You want a big segment on drafts next week? Comparison between drafts and Ulysses. That's a good call, Paul, because I was using Ulysses for a lot of the stuff that I put in drafts now. And it's changed the way I use Ulysses. Ulysses is now for considered work, not just random notes. Whereas drafts will take random notes and all kinds of stuff. What do you like, the three of you? They talk about the witches on the blasted heath. Look at you. Plotting. Plotting. Around the cauldron. Right, we'll see what we can do about that. But drafts is amazing. Even if you just have the free version, it's amazing.
Even I use it.
Even Mike uses it. Now that you know what Mike's like. he and I quote, has things installed. Yeah, that means he's installed them, never seen the light of day since.
No.
But he does use drafts.
Yes.
Don't you?
Yes.
After much persuasion. So yes, we'll have a look at drafts then. This could be used as a kind of cut down version of drafts, basically. Is it worth the investment? Depends if you've got the need for that, to be honest. But I just thought I'd show it you because we looked at the other one, Tot, and you actually seemed way more thrilled with it than I was, but for the price. The price was the kicker on that. Isn't Notion that as well? We won't tell anybody. Notion for random notes? No. I have pared down where I try and put things, but Notion for me is too slow to be able to do that. I'd have to crank it up in a browser. I'd have to get to the right place to take the note. So no, it goes in drafts. Drafts is just perfect. It's just there. There's zero I'm going to say there's zero resistance to putting a note in it. You can tag it if you want, but you don't need to. You have an inbox, but there isn't like multiple levels of organisation, so you will find it. It's absolutely perfect for just shuffling around random bits of it. Jonathan's going to give it a go. Right, what's going on here? Random notes. Right, starting to use Ulysses and have drafts but don't use it. I use drafts for the random kind of stuff. And yet, nothing. I don't intend for something to live in drafts forever. If that random note becomes important, then I put it somewhere else. It doesn't live in there. It's a kind of constantly evolving work in progress that things get deleted from or archived. Simple as that. I only ever do one of two things with them. So Deborah's up for random notes, tried hard with drafts, set up all sorts of things and failed. The thing with drafts is it's like everything else, but I think the impact is magnified with drafts. It has to be part of your workflow. And if it's not part of your workflow, you won't use it today, and then odds are you won't use it tomorrow, and before you know it, you're not using it. And then you feel that you've failed. So Jonathan says he's using Ulysses for blog posts, just can't spell it. You're nearly there. You're nearly there, Jonathan. But you like quick drafts, give it a whirl. Give it a go. See how it is. Check it out. Right. Drafts you can dictate into. You can do that on your watch as well, which keeps me using it. If I literally have something to do and I think, oh, I need to put it into drafts, I will tap my watch and put it in on my watch. Could it be a post-it note saver? Yes, it absolutely could. And you could tag. I actually have a tag of post-it note, Jonathan. So if I pick up a random post-it note and think, okay, 5 of them are for the bin, but this one isn't, then I put that one in there and tag it as post-it note. And then when I'm looking for something I put on a post-it note, I just filter for post-it note. It's like OmniFocus. I get put off by the iPad fundamentalists pushing it. Oh, the iOS-only fundamentalists, indeed. They take it to extremes, probably, Neil. I don't do that. It can do amazing things. And I do have automations set up. Drafts is subscription. It's worth every penny, but you don't actually need the subscription to totally try it, Jonathan. Mike hasn't got the subscription. The only thing the subscription really gives you is the uber powerful things of scripting. So, for instance, one thing that I would do, I'm sure I've mentioned this bit before. Let me get this off here and let me get some random blank thing up. Right, this is the kind of thing I would do with it. This is just a blank note. So I'd put something like, isn't Lola the cutest Sammy? And I need to get that to Instagram. I have over here, let's get rid of this one and just look at this. This that you see over here, the groups, some of these you are given. So this group, which is the editing group, you are given. So you can move left by a word, right by a word, etc. The power that you've got is when you create your own. So I actually have some, this is a group I made, and I coded this. So you can see I have Samoid, and Lola is indeed a Samoid. So if I double tap that, it runs a script, it takes all of that, and it's copied to the clipboard. Another way that I could use it, I can now go to Instagram and post that. But obviously, I tend to use Instagram on my phone. But Drafts is on my phone. So if I went to my phone, not only would, and I ran that on my phone, not only would I have that on my phone, but it would also be copied to the clipboard. I go straight to Instagram, paste, and post it. That's it. And I don't actually have to type out all of this lot. I've also got a MacBites one, which puts in all of the MacBites stuff. Let's get rid of that one. And if Lola was with Ollie, then I have Jackapoo. And all of the Jackapoo hashtags appear. So for me, that's made the difference between using Instagram and not, because the way Instagram works with the hashtags, to put in that many hashtags, you'd be there forever. It would be hideous. The other one that I've got is my Work Out Loud one. So if I do a blog post or I'm talking about training, I will add Work Out Loud to it. So show your work, working out loud, WOL, training, trainings, trainer, training, etc. That's just one of the things that I do with drafts, but it's that kind of thing that makes it amazingly powerful. I will do something on drafts at some point, but I wouldn't add it in unless there's a reason to do it. So there's one reason that using drafts, even if I used it for nothing else, it's easier to type up posts for social on your desktop and post it from the phone. But the hashtags are a nightmare, but then if this could do the hashtags, which it did, to me that's worth the expense. Even without that, though, I think I could make a group, and I think I could give the group to Mike, even though he doesn't subscribe. It does synchronize. So what you'd be missing is the power features, but you could definitely give it a go. I post bits on Instagram. Need your Instagram account to follow you. Jonathan, have a guess. Elaine Giles. There's plenty of others, but they're all something else. I'm just Elaine Giles. So find me on Instagram. I'm sure it'll let me know, and then I can follow you back. But I'm not brilliant with Instagram. But I post lots of pictures of Lola on Instagram. But I just thought you might be interested in Quick Draft because you were so interested in Todd, apart from the price. So it was worth having a look at. You're not doing Instagram, it's owned by Facebook. I don't do it on my desktop. I do it on the phone. Yes, it is owned by Facebook. I don't think I use it in the way a lot of other people do, who are very serious with it. I just share pictures of my dog. It works well for me. Right, okay. Moom. This got mentioned in Marooned. I nearly said Mamooned. No, Moom. Moom is something I've used for almost 10 years. It is one of the things that you will have noticed in that list that got put straight on the other machine. Can't work without it. I use it in a very specific way, though. If you're wondering what it is, it's Move and Zoom windows. Hence, Moom. There are many, many other apps that do a similar job, which I'll talk about before we even look at Moom. I would recommend, if you're going to want to try this, to sit down and think about your workflow first. Otherwise, you're in danger of enabling every option it's got and then being driven crazy with it, that there's pop-ups and flyouts all over the place. But it is for moving and zooming windows. So moving and resizing windows, really. It is lovely. It's the one I've chosen. There are others. One of which is called Mosaic. That should ring bells. But Jonathan, you might move, even though you've got Moom, because Mosaic is part of Setup. As I said, they basically all do the same kind of job. You may find that you prefer one over the other. With this one being on Setup, if you've never tried a window manager before, then this one might be a good one to try if you've got Setup. So they are similar, I would say. They're all similar, but how they deploy themselves is different. So when you look at this one, for example, there's lots of interface to it. You see all the tabs that you've got and all the layouts. You can even, with this one, have a remote control. So not that I'm tempting Jonathan to leave an app I use, but and if you've got a touch bar, then it works on there as well. There is also another one called Magnet, and Magnet is $2.99. And that one's available in the App Store as well. Somehow I have got all of these, and I still keep returning to Moom. But the point being, there are others, and if you've got Setup, then you have access to them. So Neil says the biggest pain point in macOS is window resizing and management. It's very, very poor. I don't like the way they did full screen, and I think that's when I decided that Moom is where I was heading. Right, let's head off and have a look at it. Well, I have it enabled, but as I've said, everybody will enable this in a slightly different way. And that will depend on how you choose to work with it. Now, you may have noticed when I start working with stuff. So let's bring that on and make that full screen. Right, how did I make that full screen? Because it's not full screen. It is making the application window as big as the desktop can take, irrespective of how big that is. And to me, I've been using this for 10 years. I know the shortcuts that I've created. If I want that on the left-hand side of the screen, I would do that. If I want it on the right-hand side of the screen, I would do that. If I want it in the middle, I would do that. And if I want it full screen, I would do that. All of that is happening with shortcut keys. And I kept them really simple. The one to put it to full screen is Control and F. So obviously as a Mac user, we don't tend to use Control and single keys. So I thought, Yep, going full screen, Control and F. Other benefit of Control and F is you can do it with one hand. Some of them, like going to the left, I need to use both hands. Not because I've got it on Control and L. I have to be quite careful about shortcut keys because there are so many apps that I've got that I have shortcut keys for. It could well be that something's going to clash. But that's basically how I use it. I do have a couple of other tricks that I use, but on the machine that I am sat at, that's how I use it. I just use the shortcut keys. But using remote desktop, you hover over the green button, you get some options, and this is Moom. So if I wanted it moving to the right, I wanted to take it full screen, they are available from that button as well. Take it to the bottom. I even have here, I think, wait, take it to the top, take it to the bottom, and of course take it to the left, take it to the right. And all of that is with shortcut keys. There are other ways if you are not a shortcut key user, if you do not want to have to remember them, and Mike probably doesn't want to have to remember them, do you? Not a clue what I'm talking about now.
Shortcuts.
He's giving me a vacant look because he's on his phone. Naughty, naughty. Right.
Control and
F,
yes.
Full screen. What I actually did was, it was so annoying working on Mike's machine, I set up Moom for him and I set up exactly the same shortcuts. He never uses them, but I do. But if you're not a person that wants to use the shortcuts and you find this little popover annoying, Moom can work in a million other ways, but I'm just starting you off with how I actually use it. Now what I'm going to do is take that centre of the screen, I'm going to move it onto the other monitor. It's now on my left-hand monitor. Now it's on my right-hand monitor. But how did I do that? Because it didn't pass through the middle. So it's on my main screen, left screen, moving it back over to the right screen. So I have keyboard shortcuts set up for all of that. Right, let's actually go and have a look at what that looks like. Now, there's no interface to Moom the way I have it set up. So if we start on General, right, you have an option to choose how you run this, and that's run as a menu bar item, which is quite unusual because I usually run it faceless, like that. So I now need to quit it and go back into it, and now there is no interface to where Moom is. If you run Moom again, it will bring it to the front, but it's actually running as a faceless application, which means there's no interface to it. But you'll notice it launches automatically on login. I don't want to see the preferences when it launches, and that's how I would have it running. That would be the way that I used it. Now, by comparison to some of the others, as I've said, this looks like maybe there's not as many features. There probably is. It's just the way it's laid out. So, for instance, you've got the ability here to separate windows by a certain number of pixels if you want to. You can change the grid. But let's go in and have a look at the mouse options. So first thing is, do you get pop-up controls when you hover over a zoom button? And what that is talking about is that bit there. Do you get that? If you don't get that, you don't want to get that, you turn it off. Now that button will take that full screen, which it would do before, which is what I hate. What I hate is trying to get back to where I was. View, see what I mean? Exit full. By the time I found it, I've lost the will to live. So I'm never going to be using that button in that kind of way. So I do put those on there, but I don't often use them. Not often. And you can bring Moom windows to the front. You can access the custom grid. So if you turn that on, over there, hover over it, you've now got the option to use these. So these are your controls. I will show you where these are and how to edit them. But that in there, you get the little popover there, custom, by putting that in here, or you can take that out. And now when you hover over it, that option's not there. The standard options are there. So best advice with this, if you're going to try it, work through all of these, because some of what's on here impacts, like you're setting up the custom options in custom, but you're making them available from that popover in the mouse control. So You really have to know the interface of this, or at least work through it. Can I do that? Oh, it's in a different place. And just try it. Just try it. You could enable a full screen grid and you think, well, nothing's happened. But when you hover over here, now you've got a grid. So now I can draw over that, and I've got a grid that I can move, and so I'll put it up there. So that's what the grid's for. I never use that. I always feel a little bit like I'm cheating with Moom because I use so little of it. But what I do use, I use extensively, multiple times a day. But I don't do that with it. The next option is still under mouse, and this time it's snap to edges and corners. This drives me mad. I don't like this. At the moment, if I drag this over here, nothing happens. There is the usual, there's a fraction of a twang with macOS, but it's ever so fractional that's in the right place. But it certainly needs, it just stops you fractionally. It doesn't twang to it. But if you go in here and you put a tick in the box, a whole new interface appears. And what this is going to do is, as I drag this into certain locations, so if I take it in the top left corner, it's going to make it a quarter of a screen. So as I take it up there, that should snap to that. Come on. Why are you not doing that? Oh, curious. As miles under, there we go. I have to wait for it to appear. So there's the top. There's the bottom. I think what you need to do is get it into a certain place and hold it long enough. I might be moving it too much. You probably have to wait. See the delay option? If we took that delay down, maybe that would work better. That feels a little snappier to me. I am not sure how close you are supposed to hold this. Maybe quite away. Oh, there we go. Go on, I saw you. There we go. So that's the snapping. Now that's what Windows does. I don't like that. I must admit, I do not like that. I just totally turn that off. Let's have a look. Who's saying what here? I use Mosaic with popover, but the popover only appears when I hold the Option key. That might be an option in Mosaic, or it might be the way they've deployed it. This I do find very forgiving in terms of how it works. There's so many different options. It may be better, it might not. It just depends. The app is $4.99, so it's not going to break the bank if you want to switch from one to another. But I must admit, with that snapping, I loathe it. I absolutely loathe that. So that one for me is totally turned off. But if you're moving to this from Windows and you want Windows snapping, then feel free to turn it on. Doesn't work for me. Now, the keyboard one, you would think, well, if you're not using that, you'll be using the keyboard. You didn't know it could do snap to edges. That's another thing. Because half the interface disappears, you see the checkbox and you think, oh, doesn't do much there. But when you put a tick in the checkbox, magically a whole other raft of options appears. But I don't like the snapping. I do like my Windows snap to the sides, but I like to do it with a shortcut key. I don't, none of this dragging malarkey. Don't be doing that. Now, this trigger keyboard control with hotkey, again, there isn't a hotkey, so let's add some kind of ludicrous hotkey. It doesn't like that one, or does it? No, we didn't want that happening, so clearly that's something else. Shall I just try and do something like that? There we go. Control and 7 on the keypad. And again, as soon as you do that, you get a whole extra raft of options. Now, what this is going to do, if you are not the type of person who can remember 37,000 shortcut keys, like me, because I do love my shortcut keys, then just remember the one. And with that one, what it will do, I'll try and leave that there and try it out. No, it doesn't particularly like that. There we go. Right, you get this option here. This is going to come up. Now, what that's all about is what you configure in here. So at the moment, the arrow keys are set to move. So basically, you would bring up the window and you would use the arrow keys to move. You've got arrow keys with command key to move to half a screen. And then you've got other options with different keys, and you can set those to do different things. Tab moves it to the centre, for example. You've got escape. So if we set escape to do one of these things, then technically speaking, bringing up the menu and tapping escape would do that. So let's say I want it to take it to the centre on the escape key. This is what I would need to do. Bring it up, press the escape key. I am pressing the escape key and nothing is happening. It could be because Moom's actually running. But we'll give it another go. Let's close that. Don't particularly want that in the right place. Want to bring it up. And there we go, centre it like that. So it does work. Just can't have Moom open at the same time. So let's get rid of that and get back into Moom. And again, and you're on the other screen. Right. Okay, so that is the key that will bring up a helper. Now, at the beginning, you might not even remember what shortcut keys you've set up. So for that, you can show the cheat sheet. And you can repeat if you want to toggle the grid on or off with it. So if we take that off, so we're trying to not auto-dismiss it. Let's see if we can see more of it, and it will give us longer to have a look at it. There's the cheat sheet underneath. So you can see we've got escape for one, we've got tab to centre it, and it's not disappearing. So we can press the space bar, we can do the arrow keys, like that, which is moving it left to right. And if you want to revert it to where it was originally, you press the return. And then click to get rid of it. Again, I don't particularly want that on the screen all the time. What I've been doing with it, let's get it up again. I just have that totally disabled. It seems nonsensical to me to have shortcut keys which would directly move it to where I want to move it and then resort to that. But if you are just starting out or you can't remember all the shortcut keys, then that is potentially a good way to go. But for me, no, don't use it. So if I take the tick out, take the shortcut out, the whole interface disappears. If you don't set a hotkey, you don't even see the options in there and you will never see the menu, which suits me fine because all of my use of it is under custom in here. So the first thing you've got is a menu header, which I don't think I need. That's the thing I think that said sample custom controls. So I don't need that, but you can put a menu in. So when you're using it by hovering over this, and if you remember in the mouse, in the controls, we said enable the custom controls. In here, you can put in your own menu items. That's the only place you'll see it where you can group them. So if you wanted to say, move by monitor, you've got all of these things down here. I'm not bothered. I never use it. So I'm not really bothered about that. I don't want my custom controls available from there. And in my custom controls, I can quite happily delete that one. Right, but these are the ones that I do use all the time. So the first one for me is to take it full screen. And that is Control and F. Then I've got what it says move and zoom, which is basically half the screen, the left-hand side. The shortcut key looks horrific, but I don't have to even think about it. It's the lower three keys. It's Command... no, it's not. It's actually 4, isn't it? It's 4. It's all of them. The lower 3 plus Shift and to the left. So what I call 4 and L and 4 and R. And I find that easy to remember. The reason that I've gone for something like that rather than something that you may consider more simple is I have so many design apps that hijack the control key and then things are moving and I'm like, why is that doing that when it should be doing something else? So those I have committed to memory. It's as simple as that. All 4 keys plus R and L, left and right. Then I have this one, which is Shift Control Q. How do you press all the keys? You get used to it, Jonathan. I press the lower 3 on the left and then the right hand shift key and R and the right hand shift key and L. And I find that quite easy. Other thing to think about as well, don't forget that you've got other control devices as we talked about tonight in Marooned. So if you had a Stream Deck or you had some other input device, it doesn't matter how many keys you're pressing on the keyboard. You map it to a Stream Deck key and you just push it once. So I could have a default set of Stream Deck keys that do that for me and I wouldn't have to remember the keys. But I've been using this, as I said, for 10 years and they're just ingrained. If I go to a Mac and that doesn't happen, I'm like, this is broken. And then I think, oh, hang on. Which app did you use? Which app are you using headless that you've never seen in 10 years? But that's doing it. And if it's not installed, it doesn't work. And then I remember I need to put Moom on there. So I very seldom come in here and fiddle with these. So that one for the centre is Shift, Control and Q. So if I've got that down here, Shift, Control and Q, back it goes. Underneath that, you'll see that I've got Revert to Original Dimensions. So let's say I've got this window and I've got it like that down there. And I decide that I need it on the left-hand side. Now it's on the left-hand side. But what if I want to put it back exactly where it was? For that, you use Revert, which for me, there it is 2 and R. So it's Control, Shift and R. So Control, Shift and Q, we'll put it in the middle. Control, Shift and R, we'll put it back where it was. Again, I just totally remember that. What else have I got? I have this one, which is fairly new to me. There is a rationale for this. How can I show you that? I will show you that by going into my presentation and coming out of my presentation. And going to get an image or something. Anything will do, to be honest. But let's say an image. What are you? Taking forever to open, not useful. Right, I just need an image that I'm going to put somewhere and then I'll show you how and why I actually use that. Right, there's an image which I'm putting on the desktop. That was in my presentation tonight. It was the bee. Right, when I'm downloading stuff or I'm dragging and dropping things, things will end up on the desktop like that. And I will have my presentation like that. And then I need to get them. I need to get that image off my desktop into the presentation. And now I'm annoyed because I can't see it. So I either have to come up here into Keynote, move it to the side, drag and drop it in. It's just annoying. It is just annoying. So what I've been doing is using that, which is a shortcut key, which basically shrinks down the main app on the main iMac just enough to let me drag and drop the image in and then Command and F, Control and F, take it full screen. Simple as. That's what I actually use it for. So I've measured just enough here, so it's 2 of these little cubes, and I use the shortcut key, which just adds the option into the Q, because I know Q will take it the full height and put it in the middle. So that to me is the logical one to use, but your mileage may vary. Right, another one that I use is Control and Q, which just puts something in the centre. So if we've got this thing down here, and I just do Control and Q, it leaves it the same width, but it puts it in the centre. Whereas with the modifier key, it narrows it down. Right, and what else do we have? Oh, these are the magic 2. These are the magic 2. Right, these move things to the other screen. And as you can see, I do have the 4 shortcuts again, so Jonathan's not going to have enough fingers. This is doable, Jonathan. You use your left hand for the 3, you use your right hand for the shift, and then you either use the right arrow or the left arrow, depending where you want it to be. Now, the magic beans with this is to loop through the displays. So you'll notice there that I have both of those ticked. These 2 things do exactly the same thing. One goes to the left, one goes to the right. But by looping it through, let me get this up here and show you. By looping it, it means if I take that and I move it to the left and I move it to the left again, it's actually now on my right hand screen. Once more, and it puts it back on the main screen. If I do that going to the right, it shoots off to the right, I go right again, it ends up on the left screen, and then I bring it onto the main screen. Now you might be thinking, well, why do you need both? Well, a normal person might not need both. But to me, because I've got 3 screens, it's worth it. I need to be able to know where that's going to end up in an organised way, because here's what I would do. Let's say I've got this, and I know this isn't going to demo well because you can't see it, but I'm taking this. Watch where it's going. It's on the right-hand screen. Now, I'm doing a presentation live with you, and I look at my screen and I think, need that out of the way. It's in the way. So let's say I minimise it. Watch the screen. You should have seen something fly across the screen enough to think, what was that? That was me minimising a window. Because my dock is on the left-hand side and my window was on the right, it scoots across the main screen. Well, that's not acceptable for a start. Let me bring that back. I'm going to bring that window back. You see it shoot back the other way? Yeah, not good. So basically, I've trained myself never minimise a window in a live session or when I'm recording my main screen. So I never do that. That window, still on the right-hand screen. There it is. It's on the right-hand screen. I need to get it onto my left-hand screen without you seeing it. So moving it to the left won't do any good because you'll see it. But if I move it to the right, it's automatically appeared on the other screen because I have loop-through displays. There's the other half of it. From there, I can minimise it if I want, or hide it, do whatever I want with it. So, particularly for me with what I do, I use both of these so I can avoid the main screen in the middle. I can take it to the right or the left, I can wrap it around the other side, I can move it from my right monitor to my left and my left monitor to my right, all without you seeing it, but only with that loop-through displays. And it makes sense because I've got 3 to take them to the right and take them to the left, rather than having in your head, oh, if I want to move something, it's always got to move to the right. I don't do that. Right, so those are the 2 important ones. And when I mentioned to Jonathan the other night about doing his presentation, and I said, make sure you've got the ability to move something without somebody seeing it, that's what I meant. Now, the other 2 that I've got in here at the moment are 2 more to move and zoom. And basically these go top and bottom. The reason that they are using the arrow keys and not T and B is that I can't get the B key working and I've no idea why. So rather than have the top one working and the bottom one not working, I just decided to use the arrow keys. And if we bring that back on, you take it up to the top, take it down to the bottom, take it to the left or take it to the right. And you can see these keys are ingrained in me. As far as I'm concerned, that's what my Mac does. And it wouldn't matter to me which application let me do that. If Moom died tomorrow and I had to move to another one, I'd just wire up exactly the same keys. As long as there is an app out there that will let me marry keys up, I'm good to go. It doesn't particularly matter. Now, the next thing is even more powerful, which is this. And it's an awful key. Don't worry about it, Jonathan. I can use that with a key, but I probably wouldn't. It will let you arrange windows. Now, I've got there MacBites FM. When we're doing a live MacBites show, I have 3 audio hijack windows. I have Skype and I have Farrago together with Vivaldi, and they all need to be in a certain place. If they're not in that certain place, just imagine trying to do a job that complicated and you've no idea where the windows are. What that enables me to do is to arrange all those windows all at once just by issuing a shortcut key. So let's try and replicate that with some other stuff. So we've got this window here, which is the downloads window. So let's put that one up there. And we'll do a new Finder window. We'll put that one down there. Make that a bit smaller. Oh, let's go to town with Finder windows. Right, we'll put that one over there, but we'll make it narrower, so we only want that to look like that. It's looking good. And what else could we have? We could open text edit, couldn't we? Text edit. There we go. Don't make me do that first. Right, we'll put that. Let's say I'm going to make some notes in text edit, and I want that to the side. but I want it down to the bottom. And then maybe I'm doing other stuff like I've got VLC open or something like that. I'm going to leave a little bit of a gap there just so I can do this. Otherwise, it'll be way confusing. Right, so we've got that bit of a window. So what I'm going to do here is add a new one of these. So I'm adding a completely new thing, but this time I want to... Where's it gone? Arrange windows. And at this point, I'm going to give it a name. So let's say this is my note taking. Right. And then save a snapshot. And you'll even notice that bit there, it even looks like it. The snapshot looks like it. So mine, which is this one, is full screen on the main Mac. Doesn't even matter if some of these are on the other screen though. So I will bring this on, which is my presentation. I will move all of these. So let's get these totally out of the way. This is what happens to you during the day. You're in a bit of a muddle with it. And I will give it a shortcut key. I will make that. You're going to do that? You're not. You don't like that, do you? Oh, come on. All right, that'll do. Right, so I've got a very simple shortcut key of Control and 8 on the keypad. Right, so I've made a bit of a mess, but I've got my arrange windows. So technically, if I do that, brings them all back. It's actually put Keynote back onto the other screen. It's put all of these back in the right place, and I'm good to go. So it can remember an entire, in my case, 3 or 4 monitor setup, depending if I've got my iPad attached. It even works on that. So you set your windows out as you would like them, and then you do an arrange windows in the custom bit, and you save it. And that saves me a ton of time. So I've got one for MacBites FM. Tomorrow night, when I start by request, I'll get everything lined up as I have been having it for that, and I'll do another one, and I will save that and just have a way of returning to that every time I need to. Or during the show when stuff moves. I'm like, where did that go? Where did that come from? It doesn't matter whether you use Moom or whether you use another one, but a Windows manager can do more than just put something on the right or put something on the left. Those are the things that I actually use. And as I've said, I don't have much going on in general. I do have the pop-up on the Zoom button, but I never use it. I use it on remote desktop, but I don't particularly use it on the local Mac. I don't have that turned on, don't have the keyboard turned on. My power is in the custom settings where I memorise the shortcuts. But your mileage may vary. You may find the mouse thing and the snapping to the side absolutely fantastic. Me? No. I don't like it. But you might. Right, okay, let's get in there again. Right, so was that useful? Are you using it now, or will you be using it? Jonathan's configuring Moom as he goes. You are very welcome not being using it well. Well, it's one of those things I think the first thing I did was, going into this now, first thing I did was I set up 3 million shortcuts and couldn't remember them. Then I deleted the lot and thought, right, how are you actually using this? And I added them one by one. And those last two, the setup where you put your windows in and you sort your setup out, they just save a ton of time. So add to it as you go. Add to it as you go. Right, those shortcuts slide to the left real smooth. That's the thing, you know, you see things flying across screens and it's very off-putting. It takes a little bit to get used to it. But that's why when Jonathan said he had a presentation to do, you know, you're making a presentation probably on that setup for the first time, and you'll be in the best position to do it right when you've finished the presentation. So the more that you do it, like I go live a million times a week, you do get used to it. And people say, like, when I do it, you know, you can see this and you can see that, and then I try and bring that over there, and then they're complaining. I'm like, you need to sit down and practice. And it's just like a pianist where I can't play the piano that well. Chopsticks would be challenging. The only thing I can play on a piano is Fernando by ABBA. That's it. But, you know, my computer keyboard I'm an artist. And you can get that way. You just need to practice. If you put aside 5 minutes a day to remember one more shortcut, you'll be there. Oh, Jonathan really loved it. Good. You've set up Moom and you've removed Flexiglass. Bye-bye, Flexiglass. It was causing conflicts with Moom. That's the thing. I have tried others, but I always just seem to go back to Moom. But as I said, I don't actually feel it would matter which I used, as long as they're configured with the same shortcut keys. It doesn't matter. You may find one that does something that another one doesn't do, and that's important to you, in which case you stick with whatever that one is. But for me, Moom does all that I need, because I'm turning off half of it. I don't want a thing that comes up that gives me shortcuts and cheat sheets. No, out of my face. I just want to use a shortcut key and something happen like this. Boom. My presentation has disappeared. You're now looking at my desktop, but and bring my presentation back. Now, what would most people have to do if their presentation wasn't running? Oh, I need to go into Keynote. Yeah, well, it works, but you can see me doing it, and I need to do it where you don't see me doing it. So I am in and out of that presentation all the time. But unless I actually stop the presentation, that's me stopping the presentation. Then I need to restart it. But again, you don't really see that either. The reason I don't do that, the reason I have the magic 8 key, is when I do that, my presentation's still running. Which means I can get back into it from anywhere with a single shortcut key. But if I actually stopped it, so now it's stopped, and I go somewhere else, I'm in the Finder, now I can't do anything. I've now got to go and find Keynote and actually start to run it. So that's why I don't do it. But shortcut keys are your friend. Tried it and just thought, oh, Simon, really? Flexiglass is dying tonight, isn't it? Right, okay, Parallels Tools. Jonathan's going to hate me. That will keep Jonathan awake for at least 5 minutes. I think we'll keep you awake tonight, Jonathan, because you're going to hate me. Right, who uses Parallels? Parallels is...
Me.
You use it. I know you use it because you love Windows. Where do you save the combos you've set up for when you set up a new Mac and all the apps you use? That's a good one, Jonathan, and one that I'm going to talk about when I talk about setting up Boomerang behind me, Boomer. But I either save them in Dropbox, where I have an entire thing going on. So I've got a folder called Application Support, and all my applications are in there, and then my configurations go in there. If it can't save its configurations, if it can't synchronize, then I take screenshots. And I just use the screenshots. I'll probably remember the shortcut keys, but sometimes you look at it and you think, I don't know what that one did, or I don't know quite which boxes I had selected, so I just take screenshots. Keyboard Maestro is jaw-droppingly awesome. It is. Keyboard Maestro is fabulous. Why don't I use Keyboard Maestro? Probably because I've had Moom longer than I've had Keyboard Maestro configured. And, you know, it pretty much just it just works. I could be persuaded. Who knows? But at the moment, I just keep that in Moom. Right, so who's got Parallels? I saw it all flying past. Right, Paul's got Parallels. Jonathan's...
VMware Fusion, Deborah.
Used Parallels, don't use it anymore. Well, the thing is, what we're actually talking about is the Parallels Toolbox, which is a toolbox. It is a separate product from Parallels that runs Windows, but if you've got Parallels, it comes free with it. So you see there, it's worth £16 a year. Now, before you think, no way, 2 points here. As I say, one, it's free with Parallels. So if you've got Parallels, you've probably got this installed anyway. And the second thing that I would say, don't poo-poo it instantly, is it's a massive range of utilities, which may save you money buying little utility apps that does one job. But the problem is they vanish without trace on a regular basis. So you're using something and you think, that's great, and the next minute it's gone. So they're extending this all the time rather than taking stuff away. How you actually access it is you have all of those available from your menu bar. I actually have these running. They were offering to update, and I'm like, what are you talking about? But just to give you an idea, we've talked about Bartender on a regular basis. Bartender is the app that hides lots of things in your menu. So what that looks like at the moment, you can see I've got lots of things hidden. This is the bartender icon. He looks like a bartender with a little dicky bow. Or a dog's bone, depending on how you look at it. How funky he's being. But when you click on that, it shows you all the stuff that I've got running. I've just realised I didn't press record again, Mike. Didn't go through. No wonder the machine's behaving itself. Everything's all calm and quiet. I'll fix that. It's all right, I've got the audio, get the video off offline, but I will sort that. Do you know what? I should just press that and see if that works. Oh, no, don't do that. Oh, let's leave it alone. One of these days, I will remember to press record. Right, so that's what it does. It hides all of this lot that I don't need to see. I do not need to see that. What I do need to do, this was because I was using a different app. Now the fans will go crazy. Well, we'll have half a recording, won't we? Here's hoping everything's in order with YouTube, or we're going to have a problem. Right, let's get that on there, get it all keyed up. That'll do nicely. Get it back on there. Now it's being recorded. Oh, no, I think it was going to record the video. We don't want the video, do we? Oh, let's leave it alone. Let's see if it melts. If it melts, we'll turn it off, but if not. Okay, so that was Bartender. But there is a free version called Vanilla. But if there wasn't, because there's a lot of other apps, but we just mentioned the vanilla version, Parallels Toolbox has something that lets you do that. Do you want to hide some of your menu bar icons? It even comes up and asks you. Right, and all you would do is drag them. So it actually shows you up the top there. You just drag the ones you want to hide to the top row and they've gone. So that's doing what Bartender is doing. Another case in point. We all love Downy. Downy lets you download videos. If you've not seen it, I'm happy to show it to you. It's basically a window. You drag and drop or you send a URL to it and it will download the video. But it is activated. You can only have it on so many computers at the same time. I think it's 1 or 2. And it's a paid-for thing. It's also in setup. But other than that, it's a paid-for thing. There's a download tool in Parallels Tools. It does a fabulous job. Better than that, sometimes I am challenged on a Saturday night to find a song like this week. Mike doesn't know about this yet. Been challenged with a song this week, Mike. 1936. Yes. So I need the audio downloading. I don't need a video. It's audio I need. There's an audio downloader as well. So let's actually go and have a look what you can do with this before I show you the bit that's going to have Jonathan screaming in pain. Pull Tube in Setup does the same thing. Yep, there's lots of them that do the same thing. But what I'm thinking is if you haven't got a setup, and you just want a backup, sometimes Downy won't work. So how I've got it is in here. This is the toolbox of which I speak. So first of all, you've got this download video, and that opens up that window. Before you do anything with it, if you go into here, you just make sure here that you choose your preferred quality. So I want it maximum. If it's not an MP4, then just don't convert it. And where you save it. So I'm going to save it to the downloads. And you can put an extension in Safari if you want. But you'll notice there isn't a Chrome one. Because Chrome don't like it. Because Chrome is owned by Google. I'm getting all this stuff about setup. Why wouldn't you have setup? Because you've already got all of the apps, Neil. And I would just be giving them money for the sake of it. That's why I haven't got setup. There is the odd app I don't have, but the odd app I don't have, don't want either. That's why I haven't got set up. Okay, but so you're ready to go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find, which browser have we got here? Who's who? I did have Chrome open at one point. There we go. Right, so I'm going to bring Chrome on, and I'll put it on the left-hand side. Make sure that you can see this bit here. And we'll go to YouTube. We'll go to my YouTube. We'll put me in there and we'll get to my videos. There we go. And there's a video on there. Come on, we're looking for a shorter video. A shorter video. Not one of my epic videos. A shorter video. What have we got here? 6 years ago. That's not good. That was long as well. Pretty much a lot of these. That one might not be bad. 19 minutes. So let's go for that one. That was when it was grand. That was when it worked. Right, so I'm going to copy that. And as I hover over here, it says paste. And I'm just going to paste. And it's going to do the down-facing arrow thing. And it's going to stress the connection out while it does it. Where you go, and it's done. It says it's processing it. Wait, here's the download, and it's going to start downloading it. I didn't think that was 99 meg to start with, but never mind. But it is downloading it, which means we are going to need to see the download folder when it is done. Go on. Whee! Done. Right. So I can click on there, and it opens it up, and there is the video. And we'll play that. There we go. So, whole video. But the other thing it can, well, not that thing in particular, but we'll lose that. We'll go to download audio. Open up that one, which opens up something that looks exactly the same. So have a look at the settings. It's just going to save it to the downloads, and you're going to get an exact copy of what's up there. But just a minute. That's a video. That's not audio. But nothing to stop you pasting it in. And what it will do is it will extract just the audio from it, which is fabulous. If you just want the audio from something, and then it will just download it. And you can see it's actually 18.8 meg. So it's not just taking the video and giving you another copy of it. What you've actually got in here, one is much smaller. That is just the audio. So if we press play, you will see the poster frame, because it's an M4A, but that's just audio. Totally just audio. So those two things alone, I think, are pretty amazing. You can do that with Downy, but you have to catch it before it downloads it and tell it that you just want the audio. So to be honest, if I do just want audio, I'm actually finding that quicker. Right, okay, 2011, wow. Did you know the presenter view was better in 2011 than it is now? Just saying. Do you know what's really odd about that video, Mike? No. It's had 7,688 views with 30 likes, not one dislike. There's usually a dislike just because there's a Y in the day. But anyway, that's what that does. Now, let's head off and back into here and let's have a look at the next bit. This is where Jonathan's going to get giddy. Right, your Mac, it makes beeps and squeaks on a regular basis. And there are times when you might need to mute it quickly. But mute what? Mute the sound coming out of it, i.e. the speakers, or mute the microphone, which is the sound going into it. Now, Jonathan discovered an app. Jonathan discovered Mutify. This is why he's going to dislike me intensely, because he did not know that he already had the ability to do that on his Mac. It's already there, Jonathan, in your Parallels tools. So I typed mute into Alfred, and it gave me two options, and I thought, that's interesting. I know what mute microphone does. Mutes the microphone. Obviously, I can't really demonstrate that because it wouldn't be a great demo, would it, if I muted my microphone? But you get the idea. That's what it does. Mutes the microphone. But what does toggle mute do, and where's that from? What mute is it talking? Is it muting the microphone? No, it's not. You have two ways, and Jonathan, I know you use both of these apps. Sorry about that, Jonathan. But you've got Parallel. So both of what we're looking at here, they're two applications. I will show you them. But they are two applications where they're already installed. What you're seeing is two options to do two things that unless you actually, if you knew about them or you randomly typed into Alfred mute, which I'm presuming, Jonathan, you didn't do, then you wouldn't know that they actually were there. So the first thing is mute the microphone. As you can see, it's coming from the Parallels toolbox. And that does exactly what it says on the tin, as we say in the UK. It mutes your microphone. So if I were to go down and just tap on there, that's exactly what would happen. But obviously I can't because I'm demonstrating and talking to you, but it works. The top one is totally different. The top one mutes the sound output. So output muted at the top, input muted at the bottom. So let's go and actually have a look at that. So I get Alfred up and I type in mute and I get the two options. This one here would just mute the microphone. That's it. That's the interface to it. You're done. On, off. I'll quickly do it. And hopefully you're back. I'm back and you can hear me and it worked. Let's have a look. Yes, that looks fine. Okay, I am back. But that's all it does. There's no interface to it. It just turns it on and off, on and off. Okay, now the other one mutes the output. So this toggle mute is going to toggle your sound off. Do you get an on-screen prompt that says you're muted? I don't think you do. I don't think you do. Tell yourself that's why you paid for it, Jonathan, because you do. There you go. You've justified a purchase. I'm so good to you. I am. Right, but this bottom one will mute your sound output. So at the bottom here, you can see. But if I toggle mute, that should be muted. So I'm bringing it up. So I thought to myself, hang on, where's that coming from? Because the icon clearly isn't coming from Parallels Toolbox. And if it was, underneath, it would say Parallels Toolbox. And it doesn't. So I thought, I think I know where that's coming from. And the reason that I then headed in was I wondered if there was a mute microphone available from the same place. So if I go into Alfred...
Johnny's happy now. He's on screen prompts there.
That's what I said. You could probably toggle it on and off with a mouse as well, can't you? Just tell yourself that, Jonathan. Just pointing out, though, if you'd have typed mute, you'd have found something. Right, so in here, in Alfred does loads of stuff and it's extensible with workflows. But if you just go to the features that are actually there and you look at this lot, you've got to go and find it. Good night, Simon. Jonathan, if you forget and you start talking, then you're then qualified to be a journalist at a 10 Downing Street press conference, because they're always doing that. Now, the trick with Alfred is it does loads, but you've got to know where it is. So I start hunting around in here. There is, however, a search. So if I type mute, oh my, and it will take me into it. And that is where you can turn it on and off. So that would mean that mute is no longer available, but putting the tick in the box means it is. If you would like that to be called something else, like Fred, then you can. Then Fred will now toggle on and off mute. You decide what the keyword is. It still says toggle mute, but this time it's reacting to Fred. So if it clashes with something, you can do that. But let's turn it back to mute, otherwise I won't know what I'm doing. The only one in here, I turned off two, to be honest, but as far as I'm concerned, they're the same. And that was eject and eject all. And the reason that I turned it off, it was incredibly sluggish. The more hard drives you had, the slower Alfred actually opened. So I would do that to open Alfred, and it would take like 5, 10, even sort of 30 seconds while it had a quick look round at the drives, so it would know what to do if, on the odd occasion, I typed eject. So I decided they weren't bothering with, and I turned them off. But everything else is there. What's interesting is it says toggle mute, but it doesn't say microphone or speakers. So I had to have a play around. I thought that's the speakers. There is not an Alfred option to mute the speaker. The microphone. But if you want to toggle mute on, you can do it with Alfred. So I thought I'd point those out. All right, and let's go back in there. I think that was all I had for that. But what I will do is show you that if you actually go into it, there's a lot of stuff in here. Obviously, the majority of it you can get from elsewhere. So we've looked at download video, mute microphone, we've downloaded audio. There is a switch resolution, which I use an app called Resolutionator for. There's another one that I've bought, Switch Res X, but there's one that will do it free. So you bring that up and it will have a think about it. It's put it unhelpfully on the other screen. Let me come over to here. Get it running. There you go. So it will let you change it for all the attached monitors. So for me, I've got lots of Retina options in here. That would do exactly what Resolutionator does. Show you the difference between the two. This is my iMac. As I go backwards and forwards, there's my left screen, my right screen. But in here, that's the native resolution. I'm running at 16:9 at the moment. But that's the one that I choose to use, but there's an option without having to pay for anything. That's incredibly useful when you're making videos or doing a presentation. So again, that would just be a free way of doing it if you already have the Parallels toolbox. There's other stuff in there, like you can archive stuff, make recordings of your screen, do screenshots. There's a clipboard history there. You can go into airplane mode, all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. Hide your desktop, show hidden files, hide hidden files. It's all in there, including making audio recordings and scaling images, and even a presentation mode. So before you buy anything, Jonathan, have a check what's in there and see if what's in there will do. You could save yourself a fortune. And they are adding to these all of the time. Because while this is on a Mac, and it's on my Mac because I use Parallels, this is available as a standalone application, a completely standalone application. And it's available for Mac and Windows. So it's worth knowing about it at least. Let's leave it at that. It's worth knowing about it. Right, okay. Now, next bit. Oh, it's going to get tricky here. Going to need lights, camera, action, and all kinds of things. We'll see how that goes. I've got two more things to do before we head off into mic. So this is one, and this was because we got asked about a microphone. This was Paul. Paul wanted to know about microphones. And let me know, Paul, if you actually bought that microphone, or are you buying that microphone? But you wanted to know what we did with our microphones. So I thought I would take you through it. So there's a few slides first, and then I'll actually attempt to get my iPhone up and do some magic. If this works, it'll be a miracle. Right, but I've got my iPhone and it's on my grip, and I intend to show you my actual microphones. We're going to need the lights on, so I'll ask Mike to do that in a moment. But let's have a look first at the theory of it all and how you get an incredibly inexpensive microphone to sound fantastic. Right, Paul already has the ATR 2100, which is a good microphone. It's a good microphone. But there are lots of microphones that are considered to be either consumer or prosumer level. There's all kinds of Blue Yetis out there. Another one that's quite popular is the AT 2020, which is an odd shape of microphone, which could potentially limit you when it comes to using that with other kit. And what I mean by that is that, as you look at it, no shock mount. If you wanted to put a shock mount on it, you could be limited to using their shock mount. The microphone I had, there is a dedicated shock mount for it. The shock mount shocked me. It was over 3 times the price of the microphone. And the reason was that the microphone, I'd got the microphone incredibly inexpensively for a start, but it wasn't something that was a popular piece of kit, and it was custom built. So beware of buying microphones that limit you in terms of the hardware to attach them. That one, no shock mount. To put a shock mount on it, it would probably have to match. You'd have to buy the AT 2020 shock mount, which could cost you upwards of about £300, which was what mine was. Now, this was the one that Paul's got. That's a standard shape of microphone. You could hold that, you could put it in a mount like that. I'm not sure what it's got in terms of connectors on it, but that looks like a USB one, at least to be getting on with. The beauty of something like that is, although that is by far not the best way to use it, it is going to be more standard when it comes to connecting it. So what you've got there is actually 3 pieces of kit. You've got the microphone, you have this bit, which is the stand that is actually holding it. So that's gripping the microphone. If that's a good quality one, inside it, on these edges, inside here and under there, there'll be rubber. So the plastic of the holder is not actually touching the microphone, because the microphone will pick up any vibration. So that's things to think about and look at. But personally, I would never use one of those. The other thing that you've got is obviously the stand that it's on, which is going to stand on your desk. That is not capable of going high enough to be near enough to your mouth for you to be able to lower the pickup level of the microphone so you don't hear all the extraneous buzz and hum. So to have that on the desk initially, it's going to be in the wrong place. The other problem with it is, although it may have, and you can't really tell, that bit there, if that was rubber, it would be good. But I'm not sure if it is or not. And this bit at the back definitely isn't. Because the problem with it is that's going to pick up all the vibration off the desk. Now, you might think there's no vibration on the desk. I do not have some tap dancers sat on my desk. No, but your computer will hum. And if I put my hand on my desk, I can feel my IMAX fan vibrating through the desk. And my desk has an acoustic board on the top of it, and it's also swathed in fabric to stop that happening. And I can still feel it. So if I put that on the desk, you would tell the difference. But let's progress with the microphone. It doesn't matter whether it's USB or XLR. A lot of people say, oh, you need an XLR. If you need an XLR, then you're going to need a mixer, and you're going to have to go through all of that. You can make a lot of difference with your microphone with other things and not have to worry about the connection at all. One of mine's going through as USB and the other's going through as XLR. The XLR one at the moment is going through a mixer that's on my desk. It's a mobile mixer. It's a Zoom interface. But the distinction between those two, you'll read lots about it and lots of snobby value going in there. If you've got a choice, then fine, use the XLR. But remember that the XLR at the other end, that's not going into your computer. Your mixer's going into your computer. So the argument there is basically snob value. To get the best sound out of it, it's really simple. Get it off the desk. Get it off the desk and preferably get it swathed where it's hanging in midair, that nothing's touching it. That's the best advice. So I went with a Rode arm. It's standard. It will take anything. The bit, obviously, that you need to look at is this bit at the end here. Sometimes that will fit the microphone, sometimes it won't, but it's standard enough that you can get adapters. So I have adapters there that will go over the top of that, which will up the size, and I have the ability to reduce the size as well. So mine, as I'm looking at it, goes straight on. I'm looking at Mike's. Mike's needed an adapter. It just depends. Okay, but basically get it off the desk. Get it on an arm. And this bit at this end works in two ways. You can either attach that to your desk. It's like a G-clamp. Now, I built my desk. The top that went on top of the top that's already there, which is got acoustic stuff between the two. It was built in such a way there was enough space to screw it on. If you don't and you want to screw into the desk, it ships with that ability as well. So it ships with this cone-shaped thing, and it ships with, what would you say, a holder that will screw into your desk. So drill a hole in your desk and then screw this thing in, and then attach that to that. Simple as that. Now, the first thing you may be thinking of after that is to use something like that to attach the microphone, which is the bit I've just said that would be nice if it had rubber in it. But look, that's got no sides in it, so not perfect. So I would steer away from that and try and get something called a shock mount. Certain microphones, like the Blue Yeti, have an almighty shock mount, a custom shock mount, and that I bought. Yeah, it's kind of in the bin now. It's useless. It is absolutely useless. So take advice before you get your microphone and you think about your shock mount, because that shock mount, I think it was about £80, and every time a bus went past, it collapsed. That's a bad shock mount. But as you look at it, it attaches to the microphone, and the microphone is suspended in midair. And the inner circle of that has got what looks like hair ties around it. So there's no vibration. That's elastic and the vibration is absorbed by that. So the sound of it was great when it wasn't collapsing, but it just wasn't designed correctly. Now, that's when your microphone is one of those unusual shapes. But if you go for a standard microphone, like Paul's got, like I've got, then that is the kind of shock mount you can use. The two arms sticking out at the sides, you pinch those together like you would a bulldog clip, and the bit there opens up and you can put your microphone in it. So that works like a bulldog clip. And the microphone slips through there. Issue with that. Make sure you measure it. Because although this is fantastic and it's got lots of adjustments on it, it will even take some unusual shaped microphones like those there. Hello, Peter. Couldn't manage the 4 a.m. stuff. No, I don't think I would either, Peter. So it can take some unusual microphone shapes. It can also take standard microphones. And this is showing you how to install it. But the most important thing, that bit there is what I've just talked to you about, which is the bit off the arm. If it's not big enough, if you're trying to screw that bit on and that bit is bigger than the silver bit, then you use an adapter and you upsize it. So it should fit on any arm. This is the issue. I bought that. I was convinced my microphone was bang on the right size, and when it arrived, it wasn't. My microphone was too narrow. So irrespective of using the bulldog clips and making that bigger, I didn't need it bigger, I needed it smaller. And it doesn't go smaller. So you have an issue with that. But it can be solved, because I was determined that that was the shock mount I was using. I was not paying £300 for a shock mount. That wasn't happening. That one I paid about £10 for. And as you can hear, it's the one I'm using right now and it's fine. But how on earth did I get it to fit a microphone that was easy 3/4 of an inch too narrow? Basically, if I put it in, it would just fall out again. So I needed something to hold it in. But the whole point of the shock mount is that nothing touches the microphone. So what could I put in there that would hold the microphone in place and would actually be a lovely addition to the shock mount? Aha! Well, that bit there, I will draw around it, that bit there is foam. And that is inside that, so the metal doesn't damage your microphone. So as I'm sat looking at it, I'm thinking it's a shame the foam isn't thicker. Oh, I thought, foam. Now, not the kind of foam you're thinking of that goes in a cushion, not that. Because it wouldn't hold it. It needed to be what's in there now, what I've drawn around in red, it needed to be rubberized material. As luck would have it, let's get rid of that, I ordered that, which, believe it or not, is a tool mat. You're supposed to put saws on it and stuff. I think I paid about £8 for it. It's quite big. It's 600mm by 300mm, which is 60 by 30 centimetres, 2 foot by 1 foot, or 24 inches by 12. And what I did was, back up here, I measured exactly the same bit again. I measured that. And then I cut the foam fractionally narrower than that. And I also measured it front to back. So if you can imagine that looking like that, I needed to measure that part there as well. So it was neatly contained in there. That was what I did from that. And it worked fabulously. In fact, it worked better than it did before because, one, it's at least 5 times thicker than the rubberized foam that was on it. And two, it gives it a nice grip. And you barely notice it's there. I'm going to show it you. You barely notice it's there. And I kept the rest of that, and you actually saw it today because Mike's been working in the studio, and you have actually seen another picture of it today. It was... where's Sunday gone? That's what's left of it, and that's what Mike puts his computer on. So again, it stops any vibration, etc. So that black thing there, that's the rubber mat. It doesn't live on there permanently, but when we've got equipment on it, it lives on there. So that's what I did with the rest of it. And obviously I cut it off very neatly, but I just keep cutting bits off it. Every time I get a new mount, I think, just cut a bit off that mount. I'm going to have to buy another one in the end. Next thing you can do is get a pop filter on it. You will thank yourself. I must admit, I don't like those. That gets in the way. I need to move my microphone, it gets in the way. So what I did was I used a foam dome instead. Another reason we use foam domes is we have on the road kit, we have kit that we take away with us. We have matching foam domes and cables. So when we're away, we usually put the blue microphone in the middle of the room. And we have a blue cable and it tracks back to the mixer and I know which is which. So if I think, that one's peaking, I need to take the room up and take me down, I do it by colour. So we do have all of those colours. And I use that instead of a pop filter, but you can use pop filter. It's not plumbing foam, Kim. No, that is too... it's too full of air. It's not rubbery enough. It's not rubbery enough. That desk thing is rubbery enough. Now, if you're doing this, the next bit's going to depend on what you're actually doing. If you're doing audio, like a podcast, then you could use an isolation shield. You put that behind the microphone. It does not stop noise. It stops your audio sounding hollow. And I had one of those and loved it. But it depends what you're doing. This is the point. If I was doing a voiceover, that would be fantastic. But for pretty much everything else I can't use that because it gets in the way. If the microphone's where my mouth is and my mouth is where my eyes are, which luckily the two are in the proximity of each other, I need to see the screen. And I can't see the screen if that's behind the microphone. So it had to go, unfortunately. But if you are just maybe you're doing audio books or something like that, interviews where you don't need to see a screen, then that's a good idea. An alternative using that, and we do have that. I didn't take a picture of it. I'll take a picture of it for next week. I put mine, so it was portable, on a microphone stand because it's incredibly heavy. I mean, it looks heavy, doesn't it? It's heavy. If you are doing a podcast and you can get away with an iPad to read from, then you could put the iPad underneath it. But for us, for what we do, making videos, doing live streams, no, it doesn't work. Also, they're quite expensive. They can be anything from sort of £80 to £500, depending on what you're doing. But if you need one, there is an option to make your own. I got that off Medium, and there's a video to go with it. You can see in there, that's just basically a box with acoustic foam. And it does pretty much the same job. You can even fold that up if you need to. So Michael put the link in for that. Pretty decent. Pretty decent if that's what you need. I actually made one. Before I bought one, I made one. And looking back, I know where I went wrong. I had a top and I had two sides, and the microphone had it stood on the desk. What can I say? It was like 2008. I know better now. But what do we do? What does mine look like? Let's attempt to have a look. There you go. Let's attempt to have a look at the live setup. So I need to see if I can get this phone working. And if I can, because I've got to do the Face ID and all kinds of stuff. That's not what I'm after. Where did I put that? Come on. And I don't want Photoshop camera. Trust me, nobody wants Photoshop camera. Right, we are connected. I can see it. Let's get it so you can see it. And Mike, if you could turn the lights on for me, we would be getting somewhere. All right. So I will pass this over and you will see the video anytime now. Putting on the overhead light and you will see the microphones that are to my left. She said, hopefully. Right. Let's get that transferred across. Hello. Right, there's the microphones. Now, obviously, I have two of them. This is the primary one, but they are both being recorded. Unlike the screen earlier, Mike. They are both being recorded right now. That one there Oh, I need to move that. I've got something on my desk that's the secret. The answer to the quiz. Right, I'm going down here. This microphone here, that one, is recording into there. And this one is going straight into the computer to be broadcast to you. Now, they look the same, but they're not. They are fractionally different. At the top, you can see how they're actually attached. So I've got the bar going straight into that. And there is the bar tipping it up so you can see that there's actually a hole in it across the top here. And that's so, and you're probably getting some interference as I'm moving it. It's so these screws can actually be moved if you want them to be moved. You can move them in a bit. I've actually tipped this one on the left in and the one on the right in a bit. Right, other thing to look at, if I can get close enough and get a light on it. Tell you what, I've got a portable light. Let's get that light on it. There's the foam. I think that's in focus, which is just inside the shock mount. So that's the foam that I was talking about, and there is it on there. So I actually prefer it with that in it, but it solved the problem of it being, the microphone itself being too skinny. There we go. So that is how I have it. I will put that, I would take that down, and basically my hand there, that's how far away from it I am. It's about 5 to 6 inches. And that's it. There you go. There we go. So it's got the shock mount, it's got the foam on the front, it's got the rubber in the shock mount. I believe that's gone. No, it's back again. Hate this camera, but it's mobile. Yes, that'll disappear in the end. There we go. So that's what it all looks like hooked up. You can adjust it with the screw at the top there. You can adjust it with the screw at the side and basically move it around where you need to move it around. I've used exactly the same principle. Let's take this over. Down here where I have another bar, and this time I have 2 webcams on it. It's exactly the same bar. Difference is this is on a tripod there. So you can see things for the unboxing later, which will be down there. So that's what I've got configured, and that's what it sounds like. If I put the phone right in front of it, I probably don't sound the same. But when I take the phone away and actually talk to it, it should be pretty decent sound. Right, so that's how I have actually set it up. So let's get that back onto the iMac. Whee! Ooh, it managed, Mike. Makes a change. It managed. Okay, any more questions about that? Put the questions in. Feel free. But I'm going to head back into here because I've got one last thing to show you, which is now you can give that back to me, Mike. Didn't need them seeing that.
Turn the lights off.
Yes, you can put the light off, and I'll put this on. It sounds fabulous. Thank you. Thank you. It's taken time to get that far. And more so because we go live. If you were in a more controlled environment, you could do that far easier. So that acoustic box is lovely. And I did make courses with that to the side, but I ended up having to move a monitor on the left to the right to get it on the desk. And then I found myself having to physically turn to talk to the microphone. And I'm trying to read notes on the screen on the right. You can't do it. You can't do it. So we have compromised in terms of, well, lose the box. The audio you're hearing right now probably isn't quite as good as you would get in the studio because the studio has got all foam in it, acoustic everything, and it's a smaller room. This is the office. It's bigger. There's a lot more equipment in it. But what we've done is sort of optimise the life out of it as far as we possibly can, which means you don't hear a lot of the noise. So, for instance, in this room at the moment, Kim can hear chicken. I'm glad it can pick chicken up.
That's because I stood on chicken.
Oh.
Because she left it out there.
Right, you're putting me off now with chicken. Chicken's adorable. Does it block my view to the left of the monitor? Sort of, Jonathan, but not to the point that I can't use it. Not as much as the acoustic box would have done. I could take it higher, but that would... This is what it sounds like if I get it out of the way. So a lot of people would be talking with it like that. Now I can see the whole of my screen and everything's fabulous. But I'm not talking into the microphone. And it would make a difference. So I actually do have it in front of there. I get used to it. I don't actually put much on that screen that's a problem if I can't see it. Having said that, my presenter's notes are on it. Most of the stuff I just vamp, of course. But my presenter notes are on it and I can see that. So I'm not too worried about it. You think it's Mike's chair? No, it's not Mike's chair. That really was chicken. It really was chicken. No, we took a decision that we would optimise it. So in here at the moment, I'm sat exactly where I've said. So I'm about 5 inches from that microphone. I can see my iMac perfectly. I've got another computer in front of my iMac. You're about to see all this, managing these backup discs. And I've got a fan on full blast on the floor. I doubt you can hear that. I actually did a video where I said this is what it sounds like raw, and this is what it sounds like processed, and it's just totally gone. The issue, of course, is if I were to record a video for YouTube, I could deal with all of that in post, and that's what people do. They have processing set up in their digital audio editor, and they take in a raw file that's got, you know, aircon noise on and the lot, and they process it out. Fabulous. Now try doing it live. And that's the issue. So we started podcasting first, then we started doing training, then we started doing live sessions. And I said to Mike, basically, we need to sound the same all the time. Whatever we do, we need to find a way to make the audio right first time and right live. And that's what we've done. So when we do a video, doesn't sound any different. We use exactly the same setup. It works on mobile. We don't have to carry a load of kit with us. We do take the audio mixer with us, but not for us. The audio mixer gets dragged along because we're probably interviewing other people. So it's a Zoom H6 that I use as an audio interface. But other than that, obviously it sounds a bit different when we go out because the room won't be optimised. So I was actually listening back to the stuff that we'd recorded at Alveston. We had a suite this time. It was massive. And there wasn't much we could do in terms of making the room feel much smaller. So when you listen to the audio, it's very different. But that was in terms of room noise. It was not in terms of Mike and I. We sounded the same because we used the same settings. Audio makes video pop. It does. You would notice. I watch true crime videos, as you know, and a lot of them just kind of sit cross-legged on the bed with a video pointing at them. The better ones use a shotgun microphone, which would be another option for us. A shotgun microphone tends to look like a long, thin tube, and you can have it further away from you. And if I was doing talking head, that might be something I'd need to consider, because if I was doing video talking head, I wouldn't be able to get this microphone out of the way. It's 5 inches from me. So I would think about that if I was ever doing talking head. But I'm saving you all from having to witness me actually talking. You just get to hear me. Right, I'm going to put the light on, so bear with me while I move. Why have I put the on-off switch, Mike, at the top on one and the bottom on another? Because I am an idiot. There we go, that's the reason why. Right, backup discs became an issue. And, oh, I haven't got that picture. Oh, no. Right, backup discs became an issue when I was trying to sort that machine out this week. They were all organised, I thought. How difficult can it be to find the one that's spare, I thought? And the answer to that was... yeah, they're all labelled all right. What a mess. Got them all out of the drawer. They are labelled, as you can see. Crucial, 1 terabyte. SanDisk, 1 terabyte. Oh, they're all labelled. They've even got dates on when they were last backed up. On post-it notes. Not good. If you're wondering about that cable thing on the right-hand side, I've got that here to show you. And I've also got the laptop right in the way. So I'm going to switch over to webcam view. And before I can do that, I need to work magic on this other thing. So hang on while I do that. And then I can come over and do it. Away we go. Awesome. Now all I need to do is see the chat, and I can go. Saw that. Oh, use a lavalier microphone. I guess that would sound poor. Lavaliers don't have to be that bad, actually, Neil. Even really inexpensive ones. I used a lavalier for an OB we did. We had a speaker, and believe you me, no one could hear him. So one year this thing was really bad, and the next year I said to Mike, I don't want to use expensive kit, so I took a microphone, a lavalier microphone that was less than £10, and I used a dictaphone. A Philips dictaphone. It wasn't even a digital recorder. It recorded in mono. And I wired him up with it, popped it in his pocket, and I used the digital dictaphone because there was a lock on it. You could lock it onto recording. And obviously when you're giving that to somebody else, you don't want him pushing buttons on it. So popped it in his pocket, left him with it. Came back home, it was absolutely perfect. So it doesn't have to be expensive. But the thing with the lavalier is, you get clothes noise off it. So you've probably seen that on TV interviews. It's fine as long as you're sitting still. But if you're doing demonstrations like I am, you're moving and your clothes would make a noise on it. So I don't tend to use those. I have done, but only in certain circumstances. So for this person, he was standing up and he was actually reading out a poem. And the issue we had was wind noise. And we also had crowd noise. It was at Old Trafford. So obviously people are joining in and clapping and they were drowning him out. So I needed a microphone that was closer to his mouth than I was with my iPhone 15 yards away. And it worked well. But that was the mess that greeted me. So what did I do? All right, let's go in and have a look what I did. Let me share with you my webcam. Right. Now, in the week, I gave you a challenge. I've stacked them all up, but they're still basically in a bit of an old pickle, aren't they? They're in a bit of a mess. But I gave you a challenge, and I challenged you to tell me what the photo was. Now, where did I put that photo? It'll be kicking around somewhere. Right, I will find the photo, and I will share the photo, and you get one last chance. Now you know what it's for. I think I called it Mystery. Tell me I did. Did I call it mystery item? I did. There it is. Right, I'm going to open that up and I'm going to share it with you. You get one last shout. Now you know what I'm using it for, because what you came up with was fabulous. You were amazing, but sadly, nowhere near. Come on, open with, just preview. It's not going to kill you, is it, to open it in preview? Apparently it is. Crying out loud. Come on. Open with. Preview. Right, there it is. The white line, exactly, Neil. It was the white line. So I'm going to go back to my desktop. This was the white line. Now you know what it's all to do with. What could it possibly be? There it is. Mystery item. You're going to be so disappointed. I'm telling you, you're going to be absolutely disappointed. Right, one last chance. You get one last chance. Right. Label tape. Oh, that's close, Neil.
Close, but no T-shirt.
Mike says no T-shirt. I think that's incredibly close. Post-it notes. No, but they're a replacement for Post-it notes. I think they're getting very close now. I think you're doing really well. Right, let's get rid of it. And let's get back to the video, and I will show you what it is. It's going to replace all these nasty Post-it notes. Double-sided tape. No, it's not double-sided. Can I bring it in? There we go. It's labels, but they're black. So I kind of took a photo like that. They're black labels. They're used for, you put chalk on them. What I was actually looking for was nothing like that. That was not what I was looking for. Mike, can you just turn that light on the back of that monitor here? Switch is at the top. Well, the switch is at the bottom, but it's the top button. Because I've got lots of shadow here and you can't see it properly. It's the top one. Go on, Mike, you can do it. He's very nervous. Hey, well done, Mike. There we go. There they are. So these are chalk labels. What I was actually looking for, they're not Velcro. No, not Velcro. But Velcro's not a bad idea, Jonathan, if you're sticking it on the back. But these are just labels. They just happen to be black. It was a very close photo, Kim. It was that line there. But I was actually looking for something I'd had many years ago, which was a label that wasn't unlike that size. It was very similar to that in size. But they were white, and you used to write on them with dry marker and then just wipe it off. And I thought, well, they made them for 3.5-inch discs. They made them for video cassettes. They don't make them anymore. So what I found was these. And I thought, if the pen's okay, that would work. So these came like that, and they came with the pen. That's the pen. The pen didn't look up to much, but actually the pen's not bad. So I thought, well, I'll get them and give them a go. When they arrived, I thought, oh wow, they're actually really quite nice labels. And even better, let's move the keyboard. Move the keyboard out of the way and get one of these. So these ones are my backups. So they've got backups on. We'll just randomly take one. And I will show you what I did with them. In fact, there's one already there that's done. There it is. So that one was backed up yesterday. And you can see written on, just about see the label. But the label being black actually suits it better than if it had been a colour. And then you just write the date on it, or whatever else you're writing on it, in the chalk pen. I did get a couple of extra chalk pens, just in case this one was diabolical, but that was it, and it wasn't bad. So that's what I did with it. But it got even better, because this box here, actually, that's a blank one, but it actually has writing on it. And I thought, I could stick the label over the writing, and then the box looks a whole lot better. So we'll pop that one down there. We'll get one of these labels and show you just how easy it is to do. Hard to go wrong, she said. Watch this go wrong now. Right, let's just grab that one. They are supposed to be able to be reused, but I haven't tried that bit yet. But what I'm doing is just grabbing the end off it. They feel quite rubbery. They're not paper. They're not made out of paper. So they're rather nice. And then pop it over there, making sure it's in the middle and hopefully fairly straight. That looks about right, give or take. And then just push it down. You can barely see it. You can literally barely see it. You have to tip it up to the light so you can actually see it. And then just write on it with what it is. So is it a chalk pen like paint or a fabric pen? Could you just write on the case with it? Or could you reuse it? You can certainly reuse it. So if I was to put on there that was a backup. There we go. It's like chalk. I wouldn't say it's a fabric pen. I don't know if it would write on fabric. It probably would write on the plastic. But having researched these pens, you know, as you do when you think this is simple, I just need something easy. All these pens aren't made equal. So I did get a couple of other pens, but some people were saying they didn't rub off what they'd put them on. So some had used them on glass and some had used them on chalk boards. And not all chalk boards are made the same. So I thought this may or may not work. But that's what I put on there. Let's leave that on one side. In the magic drawer next to me, I have a tissue. I also have screen cleaner. Now, I don't actually think you would need the screen cleaner, but we'll try it with one spray of screen cleaner. So that's on there. It's dry straight away. So it doesn't come off. And then just wipe that over the top of it and see how that does. And then you are good to go again. Which I thought was fantastic. Oh, I'm loving that. I am loving that. So what I tend to do with my backups is when I've done a backup with it, I'll actually put the date on it. So today is the 12th. So if I've done the 12th, I'll actually put that on it and then I will know when the last backup was done. Stuff like this that says SanDisk, I'd do a proper label. I would then put a label underneath if it was a backup. So these things here, that one will get one on because that was last backed up on the 8th. I had a backup day on the 8th, didn't I? And then I made a backup to that on the 9th. And that one there was one that I lent to Mike. So that's got Mike T27 on it, because he names his things weird like that. But I just thought that is not something I would have gone and looked for. But actually for the job, it's perfect. I was quite surprised. So quite inexpensive, less than, I think it's about £8.50 for the lot. And there's 180 on the roll, which I thought was good value. So I thought I'd tease you with that in the week. And I've got some pens, so they may form part of the unboxing if I can actually find them, because I'm not quite sure what is what. But I do believe next we're going into the freebies. Shall I do this bit now, Mike? Or shall I leave it to the unboxing? The other stuff that's on my desk that I threatened to show. Should we do it while Jonathan's awake?
Yeah.
You'll find them rubbed off the labels just to help you out. Oh, yes. Right, while we're here with something dark to put it against, I've been threatening for ages. You know lockdown hair? Even the dog gets lockdown hair. She had an ear knot, if you remember. Well, today, her ear knot has been removed. And her ear knot is in my hand. There is her ear knot. This is all her beautiful soft fur. That ear knot. So I will put it on there so you can actually see it. I said I would show you when it got extracted, and it's got extracted. So that was her ear knot. There's no way you could get anything through that. It would take a million years to brush that out. So what we do is we just let it grow. So the other end of this is beautiful fur that will actually separate. So we let it grow and then just trim it off, and then all of this nice lovely fur is at the other end. So there you go, an ear knot. Right, I'm going to get out of the video, get back to my desktop. Got some freebies for you, and then it's Mike. Where's my keyboard gone? Okay. Where are we going? There we're going. So these are the boxes that I use. They're standard stuff. I think Mike's put the link in. They are very inexpensive, but I've never had one of these break, and they are USB 3. I have had others that don't work as well. They pretty much fit everything. Even if they're a little bit big, they come with some foam that you can just put on the top, and then it won't rattle. And they're very, very good. I need to try one of them with my Crucial, because Crucial SSDs, diabolical. But that was the box that I use, and these were the labels. I would never have looked at these. They're for people who cook. They're not for me. But then as I looked at them, I thought, do you know what? These might actually work. People are using them there for food jars and jam and stuff. The other thing is, if what you're putting them on is too small, you can actually just cut them clean in half, or whatever you want to do. But to me, they're doing themselves no favours by selling them like that, because they're not selling them to me. I bought them purely accidentally as I'm looking for labels that I think I put in like reusable labels, and I came up with that. The other pens that I've bought as extras were these uni pens. I've not tried those yet, but I will, and I will let you know. But I have some freebies. I have 3 freebies, which are all to do with learning. This one was something we looked at last week, which was infographics. This one is it's a free course. Links are in there, Mike. But it's using a system called Easily. And I'm not quite sure how much that is. But the course got good reviews, 45 minutes worth, so I thought it was worth sharing that one. So that is a crash course in infographics. Then there was image adjustments and adjustment layers in Photoshop. I know that's on my list to talk about, but if you are desperate and you can translate between Photoshop and Affinity, then there's a free course on that as well, and that is almost 3 hours free of charge, so I thought I'd include it. And the other one is completely application independent, which is logo design and how to design logos. Only 49 minutes, but again, reviews weren't bad, so I included it. They were all free when I looked today at lunchtime. So hopefully Mike's got those in. Oh, Kiva gets the same on her tail. We're very lucky with Lola's tail. Maya never got knots in his tail either, did he? They do get knots behind the front legs because it's kind of like long fur. But the only time he got something that looked like a knot in his tail, it wasn't a knot. It was Snow. He went out and he came back and he was literally full of like snowballs the size of golf balls all over his legs. I thought he had a tumour. But no, it was just the snow. But yeah, that had to come out today, I'm afraid, the ear knots. We've got 3 ear knots on the table here. 2 are very tiny. That was the bigger ear knot. But it's far easier to just let them grow out and then trim them off than it is if you can imagine somebody sitting there with a comb trying to separate the finest fur. She'd just go mad. So, and we don't mind, do we? No. If she's got ear knots, 1, you can't see them, and 2, you can trim them out. Just leave it be. Right, so Mike's going to get going with Power Pivot Part 2, aren't you?
I am.
Power Pivot Part 2. Right, I'll make sure that they can see you. There he is. And I'll leave you to it.
Are we ready?
They can see you. I've got to get all this stuff off the desk now.
Right. Last week, I did Power Pivot Part 1. And I talked about the main reason for using Power Pivot, which is the ability to create pivot tables from multiple lists. And towards the end, I talked about calculated columns and measures. So I'm going to do a quick review of calculated columns and measures, and then I'm going to go more into calculated columns and measures. So that's what today's session is covering: calculated columns, possibly measures, see how we go on for time. If we're struggling for time, then I'll do measures next week. Okay, so I'm going to open up the file called, where is it?
Have you lost your toys?
I've lost my toys, yes.
Don't lose your toys.
No, calculated columns 1. There we go. I think that's the file I want. Yeah, that's the file I want. Okay, what I've got in this file is 2 pivot tables. But where's the data for the pivot tables? The data is not in the spreadsheet. The data is in the data model. Now, if you remember, the data model is part of the Excel file, but not the spreadsheet part. And it's where you store data that you can then use to create pivot tables and other things, but primarily pivot tables. If you want to see the data in the data model, you have to go up to Power Pivot on the ribbon and click Manage. And that will show you the data. All the data is in one table, which is called Sales YTD, Sales Year to Date. So yes, Power Pivot is primarily used for creating pivot tables from multiple lists or multiple tables, but if you want to take advantage of calculated columns and measures to do calculations on your data, and you'll see the kind of thing that you'd use it for, then you need to put your data in the data model, and you can just get away with a single table, as I said. So we'll close that down. Problem I've got is that I don't actually have the information I need in the table. If I actually go back to the table, what I've been asked to do is create a pivot table that shows profit per product and profit per city, and I don't have the profit figure in the data. So I'm going to have to calculate it. And the way I calculate it is by creating a new column. So you always get this column at the end of the table that says Add Column. If you double click it, it lets you rename it. I'll call that Profit. And once you've got this new column, you can then create a formula for that column by entering it in the formula bar. Formulas are very similar to the Excel formulas. Power Pivot uses this language called DAX, D-A-X. Very, very similar to Excel formulas, but you don't reference cell references, you reference column names. So if I wanted to create a profit column, I'm going to create one that is calculated as revenue minus the cost. So if I type the R of revenue, it will give me a list of all the column names in this table that begin with R, but it will also give me the functions, the DAX functions, which are very similar to Excel functions, whose name begins with R. Now I could select revenue, or I could select sales year-to-date revenue. I'm going to go for sales year-to-date revenue. It's always recommended that you use the version with the table name. Minus, and if I type C, I get all the DAX functions whose name begins with C. I also get any of the columns from this table that begin with C, and it's the cost one I want. So double click it, and that's all I need to do. Revenue minus cost, press enter, and it gives me one formula. Well, not one formula per row, it gives me an answer per row, but there's actually only one formula. So this is where it differs from Excel, because with Excel I'd have created one formula and copied it down. With this I have one formula, and that formula is executed or processed against each row, and that's going to save you a lot of processing power, a lot of memory space, a lot of disk space, because there's only one formula instead of one formula per row. Once I've done that, before I close down this window, I'm going to change the format. I'm going to change it to currency with no decimal places. In fact, no, I'll have 2 decimal places because some of those profits are not round dollars. Then I can close this down. And straight away, without any refreshing, that the profit column appears in the field list for the pivot table. So if I drag revenue out of the values section for that pivot table and drag profit in, it gives me the profit per city, and repeat the process for this pivot table. I could have kept revenue and profit in, but I've decided just to have profit. The dollar signs, by the way, the currency is pulled in from the fact that in the data model it's formatted as currency. If you build a pivot table based on data in the spreadsheet and then you format the data in the spreadsheet, the raw data, and then you build a pivot table, the formatting isn't carried across, but it is if you're basing it on formatted data in the data model. Okay, now another way to do what we've just done is to use a measure. A measure is also a calculation written in DAX, and I'll talk about the difference between calculated columns and measures in a minute. But if I go back to the actual data, you don't create a measure from within the data model window, but you do create it from the Power Pivot window. So I'll go to Power Pivot, then I'll go to Measures and create a new measure. You have to give the measure a name. I could have left it as Measure 1, but I'm going to give it a more meaningful name. I can't call it profit because I've already got a calculated column called profit, and you can't create a measure with the same name as a calculated column. So I'm going to call it M profit, M for measure. It's just the Mike Thomas naming convention coming in there. The formula itself will be sum of revenue, which if I start typing sum of, I can double click it from the list, sum of revenue minus sum of cost. Again, I can apply formatting if I want to and click OK. So I've now got my measure. My measure appears also in my field list, and it has an FX against it, which tells us it's a measure. So if I drag and drop the profit, which it's already done actually, because I was in this pivot table at the point I created the measure. But I will click into this pivot table and I will drag that measure into the value section. So what we've got is we've got two columns for each pivot table. One column was created with the calculated column, and the other column was created with the measure. But you'll notice that both columns are producing the same information, 5571, 5571. That's to show you that I could create the profit per city and the profit per product using exactly the same thing. I could do it as a measure, I could do it as a calculated column. But the difference between measures and calculated columns is that measures tend to work on the aggregation, as they call it. So with measures, you are not calculating it each row. With calculated columns, you're doing it per row, but with measures, you are doing it as a total. So it could be a sum, it could be an average, or it could be a count. When should you use a calculated column? When should you use a measure? Sometimes, like this example, either is an option. If you have a choice, a measure is the preference. Everybody agrees a measure is a preference, and that's because it uses less memory and requires less storage. But in most situations, your requirements will determine the choice. You can't just say, I'll go for a measure or I'll go for a calculated column. It's down to what you're trying to achieve. Sometimes a measure actually won't work, and sometimes a calculated column won't work. Let's start by looking at calculated columns. So I've given you an overview, a simple overview of each type of formula, calculated columns and measures. Let me show you now a few examples of calculated columns. I'm going to open up calculated columns 2. In this example, we have to use calculated columns. We can't do what we want to do using a measure. What we want to do is create a customized slicer. Now, I'm sure I've covered slicers before in previous sessions when we looked at pivot tables. So I've got 2 pivot tables here. Each one showing revenue and percentage of revenue. One is per product, one is per state. Both pivot tables are based on the data model. And right now, they're pretty standard pivot tables. You can see I've just dragged the state into the rows section, and I've dragged the revenue into the value section. I've actually dragged the revenue in twice and converted one to display as a percentage. So there's nothing special about these pivot tables. What I want to do is I want to, as I said, add a slicer. And if I just go to the data model, just so that you can see what data we're working with. It's sales data, very similar to the data that we had in the last example. It's not the same data, but we do have an order date column in UK format. So it's the date of the order. Now, if I go back to my spreadsheet and I select one of the pivot tables and click on Pivot Table Analyze, Insert Slicer, and select Order Date. It's added a slicer. The slicer allows me to do filtering. As I said, I'm sure we've covered that before. But what it's done, because the slicer is based on order date, it's given me as the buttons on the slicer every single day from the order date column. So pretty much 365 buttons. If I clicked on a button, let's just take the 3rd of January, it's now showing me the revenue and percentage of revenue per product for the 3rd of January, which isn't what I want. What I want to have is I want to have 12 buttons, 1 per month. But because the slicer is based on the order date field and the order date field contains individual dates, that's what I've got. So I'm going to delete the slicer. What I'm going to need to do is I need to create a new field, a new column, and I do that in the data model. And the column is going to display the month name, and then it's going to use that month name column for the buttons on the slicer. So I'll double click on the add column and I'll call the column month name. Nice and logical. And then I need to create a formula. So the formula will be format, which is very much like the Excel text function. Format, open brackets. And we have two parameters. We have the value and we have the format. So it's what are we formatting and how do we want it to be displayed. We're formatting the order date column, and I will take the version with the table name, then a comma, and how do we want it formatted? We want it formatted to show us the full month name, and to do that we use the code MMMM. Close the brackets and enter. So that gives us the month name, which it's pulled out from the order date. And we can see that we've now got February and March and so on and so on. So now I can go back to my pivot table and I can drag month name into the well, not into the slicer. I can go up to the Analyze button, go to Insert Slicer and select month name. And there is my slicer, which now has 12 buttons, exactly what I want. So when I click on, say, January, I get the revenue and the percentage of revenue for January. Click on December, I get revenue and percentage of revenue for December. What you can't do is you can't do that with a measure, because measures are used to produce a single value, which is a summary, and that's not what we're doing here. So the only way to do this is with a calculated field. Now the problem we've got, of course, is that that slicer is not in the right order. It's alphabetical, because slicers are alphabetical by default. So if I go back to Power Pivot and to the data model, I'm going to add another column. And this column is going to be the month number. And the formula will be equals month. So it's using the DAX month function, which is identical to the Excel month function. It pulls out the number of the month, equals month, and then the date you want it to look at, which is order date. So there's 1 for January, scroll down, there's 2 for February, etc, etc. Now, we're not actually going to use the month number in the slicer, because if we did, your slicer buttons would just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 all the way to 12, which is fine. That would work because most people are familiar with 1 equals January, etc. But no, I want to keep it as January to December, but I want to order it January to December. So what I do is I click on the month name column, I click on sort by, and I say sort by month name, or sort month name by month number. It's a very clever feature that it allows you to sort one column by another. So sort the month name by the month number. You see no change here, but when we go back to the spreadsheet and look at the slicer. There you go, January to December, rather than alphabetical. Now at the moment, this slicer is only linked to the pivot table in A, B and C. If I also want to link the slicer to the pivot table in E, F and G, I have to click on the slicer, go up to the slicer menu on the ribbon, go to Report Connections and put a tick against the other pivot table. The first pivot table in A, B and C is called pivot table 1. The second pivot table in E, F and G is pivot table 2. So now as I click the buttons, it's showing me the filtered data for whichever month I've chosen. Okay, so that is the first example. That is using, I've actually done 2 calculated columns there. One generates the month name, the other generates the month number. So let's close that one down and I'll save that file. Okay, I don't see any questions. If you've got any questions, stick them in, but I will move on to the next example. I don't have any data in here. I don't have any pivot tables, but the data is in this file. It's in the data model, and we covered how you get the data into the data model last week. Okay, similar data to what we've been using in the last example. Again, sales data. It's a list of orders from 2018. There's about 5,000 rows, and my requirement is to create a pivot table that gives you revenue per quarter and revenue per month. So I actually want 2 pivot tables, one to show revenue per quarter, the other to show revenue per month. Now what I could do is I could go and insert a pivot table using the data model from the workbook, and then I could drag order date into rows and drag revenue into values. And then I can right click on one of the dates and select group and tell it to group by quarters. And I can then create another pivot table, insert pivot table, choose where I want it to go. Again, the pivot table's based on the data model. Drag order date into rows, drag revenue into values, and then right click on here, group by months. So I've actually got what I want that way. That's one way to do it, and that actually hasn't involved doing any calculated columns. All I've done is dragged the order date field into the rows section. So yes, you could do it that way, but there are limitations doing it that way. For example, let's say we didn't want QTR1, QTR2. We wanted Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. Or we wanted the words quarter 1, quarter 2. For the months, we might actually want the full month name. If you want to do that, I'll delete these pivot tables. If you want to do that, then you do have to create calculated columns. So back in Power Pivot, which I shut down, so let's go back into the data model. I'm going to create 2 calculated fields. You'll notice that these calculated fields, or these fields, they're not actually calculated fields, they have suddenly appeared. Date field into the pivot table, and then grouping, it automatically creates these. But I'm not going to use those because I don't want QTR1 and Jan. So I'm going to add another calculated column. So I need to double click on add column at the end and rename it, and I'll call this one quarter. and then I'll do another one, which I'll call month. Then I'll select the quarter column and go and do a formula. The formula is going to generate Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. So I put the letter Q in quotes, and that will give us an actual letter. Ampersand, format, which we used a couple of minutes ago, order date, comma, Q. So what that does is it basically concatenates two things together. It concatenates the letter Q with the quarter number. So the Q for the format, the Q parameter for the format will generate the quarter number that the actual date is in, as you will see when I click the tick. So we've got there Q and a 1, Q and a 2, Q and a 3, etc. So it's picking up the quarter based on the date. It's saying, okay, look at the order date and pull out the quarter that that date is in. Has Jonathan nodded off?
We don't know.
Ooh. Wait and see.
Oh, it's exciting.
If I change that to the full word, quarter, now it's going to give me quarter 1, quarter 2, etc. If we wanted a space between quarter and the number, just put a space within that double quote. The month one will be very similar. So select the month column, and then let's do another formula, which will be format, order date, comma, and 4 M's. Jonathan's concentrating, apparently, according to Neil.
Yeah, on sleeping.
Either that or Dax has nodded him off.
Don't disturb him.
But that function is what is giving us the month names. So now what we can do is we can create a pivot table. So insert pivot table, use the data model from the workbook, and for this one I will drag the quarter into the rows and the revenue into the values. And then for the other pivot table, do the same thing, insert pivot table, use the workbook's data model, drag in month into the rows, and drag in revenue into the values. As you can see, the second one is ordered alphabetically, so we go and do exactly the same thing as we did before to have the months sorted chronologically. Go and add in another column and then sort the month name by the month number. Now, if you've ever tried to do two pivot tables in the same file, where one is based on quarters and the other is based on months, and the data is coming from the spreadsheet, not coming from the data model, it's very difficult to do. Because if you group this by quarter and then you create this second pivot table, it's automatically grouped by quarter. If you then group this one by month, it automatically groups this one by month. You have to do a lot of messing around, which is another good reason to have the data based in the data model. It's so much simpler. As I said last week, a good tip is to just use the data model for your data instead of using the spreadsheet. People do create pivot tables from data based in the spreadsheet and it works, but it's old school, as you might say. Okay, let's look at another example. All right. Calculated columns 4. Again, I have no data in the spreadsheet. I have no pivot tables. I'm going to build one. The data is in the data model, and the data is pretty much the same data we've used before. We've got a single table with a list of orders from 2018, and I need to calculate the sales tax due on each order. To keep it simple, the sales tax is 10% of the revenue, except in California, where it's 20% of the revenue. So I'll go and add a new column, which I will call tax. And I'll just redo that, because I don't want a capital A. There we go, tax. And the formula. The formula is actually very similar to the Excel formula. It's an if formula. So you say equals if, open brackets, and we want to test to see if the state is California. So we start typing state, and we should find it appears in this list. There we go, state, which is the state column there. So if the state is equal to California, comma, then take the revenue and multiply it by 0.2. You can't use percentages, you've got to use the decimal equivalents. Comma, if the state isn't California, then take the revenue and multiply it by 0.1. So if you're familiar with the if function in Excel, then very, very similar in here. I like that concatenate function.
I'm doing well.
Yes.
That, Spanish language.
Oh, you've been speaking Spanish?
Yes.
Oh. Muchas gracias.
See?
There we go. Right, so I will now go back to the spreadsheet and I will create a pivot table based on the data model, of course. And in my field list, I have got the tax column. So I will drag in the product. Have we got the product? Yes, I'll drag in the product and drop it into rows. I'll drag in the tax and drop it into values. And that shows us how much tax we have to pay broken down by product. And I'll do another pivot table, because the great thing is once you've got that calculation in the data model, you can use it on all your pivot tables in this file. So this time I will drag state into rows and drag tax into values. And that shows us how much tax we've got to pay broken down by state. If I go back to the data model and I edit the formula, so let's say now in California the tax rate has gone up to 40%. The rest of the US it stayed at 10%. It updates all the data here and it updates the pivot tables here. So you can see that we've now got to pay more tax. So this is showing us 40% of the revenue. So it's taken the total revenue for California and shows us 40% of it. Those are 10% of the total revenue for each state. And these are showing us the 10% of, or the tax due broken down by product. And that's going to be a combination of the revenue for California based orders and all the other orders. Okay, so next example. Do we have any questions? No, I don't think so.
I'm loving that suggestion.
Best end the show now, yes. Okay, let's carry
It's
on.
like Fergie time.
It is. Play till you win.
Yep.
Right. Last example of calculated columns. In the data model, so everything's in the data model, as I recommend. In the data model, we have two tables now. We have a managers table and an employees table. The managers is a list of the departments in our business, is the IT departments, and the name of the manager, the name of the person who manages that department. You can see that some managers manage more than one department. And then we have the employees, and we have their name, their salary, and what department they're in. You can actually see that in this table, the department's being called team. In this table, it's being called department. If I click on the diagram view button, which we covered last week, you can see the relationship between those two tables. The fact that we've linked managers to employees based on team equals department. So that's the relationship. So I'll go back to the data view and I will to create a calculated column, because what I actually want is I want a pivot table that shows me a list of the managers, and within each manager I want to see the names of the employees. But the problem we've got is the names of the employees are split into two columns. So I'm going to use a formula that's very similar to the concatenate formula, but I won't be using an icon of a bed and somebody asleep.
I did.
Okay, so let's create a new column and call it employee name. And the formula will be, when it creates the name, there we go, it's going to be first name ampersand space ampersand surname. So I'm joining together three bits. I'm joining together the first name to a space to the surname. Press enter or click the tick and we will get everybody's name. I also want to calculate their monthly salary because I've been asked to include the monthly salary in the pivot table. So I'll create a new column and call it monthly salary. And this one will have a formula in it which takes the annual salary, which is just called salary, and divides it by 12. Whilst I'm here, I will format the monthly salary as currency with 2 decimal places. And that way the formatting will pull through to the pivot table. So now I've done that, I'll close down the data model window and create a pivot table. And for the pivot table, I want to use the data model, and I'm going to drag the manager's name into the rows section, and that gives us a list of managers. And I'm going to drag the employee name column also into the rows section. So now you can see the employee name is indented from the manager. So we can see a list of all the employees who report to Andy Berry, all the employees who report to whoever the next manager is, Joseph Hall, and so on. So by having the 2 items in the rows section, it means I've got the manager and the employees. But remember, I want to see the salary information for each employee. I want to show the annual salary and the monthly salary. So I'll drag annual salary into values and I'll drag monthly salary into values. And that way I can see both the employee name, the annual salary and the monthly salary. And if I close these sections up, it's showing me the total salary per month and per year for each manager, and then it's broken down by employee. Problem that we've got now is that the employees are listed alphabetically by first name, but we can solve that using what we looked at before. So if I go back into the data model, Power Pivot Manage, and then go to the name column, employee name, click on sort by and say sort the employee name by surname. And if I then go back to the pivot table, you can see now that within the manager it is sorted the employees by surname, A to Z. So it's A to Z within Andy Berry, and then A to Z within Philip Eriksson, etc., etc. Okay, so those are a few examples of calculated columns. Do you want me to carry on?
Completely up to you.
Okay, in that case,
carry on.
I think what I'll do is I'll leave measures until next week.
Oh, you're such a tease.
I am.
You are.
If there are any questions on calculated columns, stick them in the chat. Otherwise, I will hand back to you.
Ah, right. Okay then. Hang on a sec. I think Jonathan's asleep. Good morning, Jonathan!
Don't wake him up.
No. He'll have turned off. But I've got to say good morning for when he's catching up in the morning.
Oh, yes.
I'm very bad. I know I am. Right, trying to hide a slide. And it's not having it. Come on. There we go. Right, so I need to be back up there. And you need to see my screen. Not Mike's. There we go. Right, so as we were, let's head off into here. That's what I'm looking for. Right. We were deep within the edit of... In fact, we weren't actually, were we? We had a little bit on the timeline. That's where we were. I was talking to you about creating a YouTube trailer. Considering this is about 1:23, you would not believe how long it takes. But it is the video that people see when they are not subscribed to your channel. So I am not subscribed to Apple. They don't need me. They've got 11.4 million subscribers. And you've also got the ability to add some text to the right-hand side. That's where we were up to. So let's head off. And we actually had the right version of Camtasia, which was that one. And this was where we were. And I was saying that the first thing to do is to get the audio on the timeline. The second thing to do is to get all of your assets in the bin, which is the bit at the top. Now, some of it you can create if you need it in Camtasia, but a lot of what we had, if you remember, came from Keynote, which is also perfectly fine. I probably won't get this exported this week, but what I will show you is exactly how I go about putting content on there, because what I've got at the moment, I have my hello and welcome at the beginning. But as I go through it, there's no visuals apart from what we added here. So you really need the script as a reference, or you can do it by listening. So I can actually hear this. I'm working on the principle that you can't. No, you can't. which is fine. You don't want to hear two of me. One is more than enough to cope with. But what I've particularly done here is start to put markers in the right place. So this little bit at the beginning, let's get back to the beginning. Come on. Right. That bit, I'm actually saying, do you want to get the very best out of your investment in your tech? And then at this point, I come in and I say, in that case, you're in the right place. So I need to start putting in markers that indicate to me where specific content needs to be. So this bit here, that is who I am. So I'll put in there, e.g. So that says I'm Elaine Giles. And then it carries on. Now the bits that I'm going to show you today are the more complicated bits. And then we can wrap up next week with the easy bits and get it uploaded. But right now, there were some complicated bits. They were down this end. Right, I say, fear not, you will not be bombarded with my holiday videos. So around that point there, I'm going to need a marker that is holiday. And I've got the assets for that. So there's holiday. I've also got some video clips that you need to see how that works in here, rather than, at the moment it's in one big chunk. And it needs to not be in one big chunk. That's the bit about the dogs. So I'll put that there, put another marker in. So I'm using Shift and M to put the markers in. And that bit's dogs. And now at this point I'm going to have to zoom into this, because I'm putting video on the timeline here and it's got to match up absolutely with the words. Right, so that says right here is where you'll find. And at that point it needs to come in, and the first thing is no nonsense. So another marker, no nonsense. I'm not getting capitals, but right, so no nonsense. There you go. And these are really tight. So that one there. Next one is practical. So another marker for practical. If only I could spell, that'd be dangerous. It's writing Spanish that did it. It put me off completely now. And the last one is straight to the point. So I'm going to put another marker in there. Straight to the point. And we have the 3 markers that we need for the video. So I'll show you the holiday bit, which is further back over here. That's the dogs. I think the holidays are even before that. Yeah, there's the holiday. So I'm going to show you today the bits that go in there. That's the holiday bit. Dog bit's fairly straightforward. And then I've got these bits that are video. So what do we have in here? And I did not put in everything we needed. In fact, I'm looking at it. YouTube trailer audio, video. Right, so that's the bit that we want over here. But we need the dogs and we need the holiday bit. So how I've done the holiday bit... Why are you not in there? Are you there? That's the one. So I created this in Affinity Designer. It's fairly straightforward. I've shown you how to do it before. I did it in episode 17. It's a long time ago, wasn't it, Mike? When was 17? Out of interest. Right, how I actually did it, just for the sake of completeness, is I added in my artboard and then I put in a background on it. Now obviously it needs to be white, and that's not good because you can't see it. So I'll do it in a slightly different colour so you can see it. Then I put the text in, which was just the word holiday.
15th of March 2019.
15th of March, wow. And I think it was Impact, but don't quote me. wasn't Adventure
That was
Horror.
just over a year before COVID.
Yes. Oh, now it's typed in and I wanted to say holiday. Come on. Impact. Right, that kind of font. So it looks like that. And I made it quite big. But notice what's happening at this point. If I make it wide enough to fill it, and then it's making it too tall. But as it happens, that is just about right. Now, I need to take the background, the salmon background, and I need to take the text in the foreground, and I need to take one away from the other. So subtract. And what that leaves me with is a frame there that has the text punched out of it. Only thing to think about with that is that that is now curves and you can't change the word holiday. But here's the one I made earlier. So it's holiday, but it's exactly the same. You look at that, it's curves. The words can't be edited, and it's got a white background. So if I just drag that down there, you can see it is actually white. It's just a little bit taller. So that's what I did with it. Very simple to do that, and I exported it as a PNG, but I did not. No, I didn't. PDF. But I didn't bring it into here. The other bit that I need for this to work is actually a photograph of the holiday. Right, this is the fun bit. So first thing I'll do, bring in holiday over here. It's going to be somewhere around there. So we will put holiday in, having a think about it, and there's the holiday. So I'll get that in the right place. It's actually going to be on the screen at that point there. So from the marker holiday all the way up to the marker for the dogs. There's the image on the canvas. The next thing I need to bring in is actually the PDF, which is the text, which I would want to be above the word holiday. Does everybody remember what this is supposed to look like? Because if not, I'll show it to you. Right, and that's going to be exactly the same as well. Okay, let's just save that, get it out of the way, and make sure that we're all singing from the same hymn sheet. I downloaded my trailer. This is my trailer. Never mind the words, let's look what's happening. So we've got slides merging into one another. We've got text coming up from the background. We've got text appearing. That was a swipe from the left. Eventually that disappears. We get some icons coming in, I think, and this is one of the problems. The icons are way too dated. That doesn't exist anymore, and even if it does, I don't touch it. That doesn't exist anymore. All of those icons need changing. They're out of date. Looks like the view from your school. Oh, wow. There's the keynote one again. The icon needs changing, but watch for the holiday bit, which is after this bit. And the issue with the holiday is I need the assets, but I'm going to need to do some magic on the timeline to make them work, because the word holiday is moving. You might not be aware of it, but the background is also moving. And that's Maya in his sandpit. Filthy. As usual. Okay, so that's the bit we're looking at. Oh, and that no-nonsensey bit there. When we come out of here, there's 3 bits where it drops down. And those are the bits that I'm going to be doing today. So you're all still awake and with us. There they are. No nonsense, practical, straight to the point. How are we doing those bits? Okay. Right, so back into here. So this is the first bit we're doing. Oh, Maya. Oh, yes. He did love his sandpit. He did. He also enjoyed being filthy. He once crawled under my car, didn't he?
He did.
Came out looking like a Dalmatian. He had an oil spot on his head. I must dig the photo out. Took us weeks to get it out. That was the highlight of his life, that, wasn't it? Came in with this dirty, great big spot on his head of oil. But he was tempted under my car, because one day he went under my car and he was whimpering and trying to actually limbo under it. And I'm stood there saying, "Don't be ridiculous, there's nothing under there, Mayor. Come on, out, out, out." And then I bent down and there was a kitten. He'd saved a kitten. Wilbur the kitten. So that's why he loved cars. He was a real petrol head. Okay. So what we've got here is the canvas is that size. So if you remember, the canvas was huge, huge. But I can stretch this up so it's the right size. We need that, the height of the canvas. We are not concerned with the fact it's hanging off the ends because it's going to move. So we're taking that, zoom in so I can keep seeing it, so it's the right height. Now, important point, you need to make sure that that is either a TIFF file, TIFF, or a PDF, because you need transparency in it. That black that you're seeing is the back of the video canvas, but you can see where the photo is, you see the photo and it's behind it. The photo is holiday and the text is above it. So that's the holiday, that's the text. So this holiday also needs to stretch so it fits the height of it again. Right, but they're not necessarily in the right place. At the very beginning of this, we need to choose where they're going to be. So the word holiday would probably be there. So you can just see it. And this one, probably that way a bit. Like that. And then over the course of this, which is quite, it's about 6 seconds, I think, which is probably longer than you would imagine. But over the course of that time span, they need to move. Both of them need to move. So how do we do that? Now, we could have done that in Keynote, or could we? Do you think we could? Go on, yes or a no. I shall have a yes or a no in while I have some water. Could that have been done in Keynote? If so, tell me how. Do you think Jonathan's now having breakfast, like porridge or something? Yeah. He's screaming yes or no. The fact that I said, and if so, how, gives you a bit of a clue, doesn't it? In essence, you just have two objects and you're moving them over time. And you could do that in Keynote, in PowerPoint, in Tumult Hype, in ScreenFlow, or in Camtasia. It doesn't matter. It's two objects and they're moving. So why did I do it in here? Really to have the most control over it. I may decide in here to do a Ken Burns on it. And that would actually be more difficult to do in Keynote. Ken Burns, instead of moving it just one way, would move it across two planes. Actually, with this, I don't need to, but I will do it in here so you can see how to do it in here. But if you needed this in a presentation, you could do it in Keynote. Right, all you need to do in here is put a transition on it. No, I'm not, I'm lying. It's an animation that moves you from A to B. Now, they've just added the ability to have favourites, and these are my favourites. I have this for text, just so I have some text, and I have this here that is a fade transition, and then I have this custom animation. I don't bother pretty much with a lot of the others. Having said that, we did last week, didn't we? After the show last week, we made a video, which we can't show you till next week, because it's a surprise for somebody today. But we'll show it you next week. But we went through all kinds of amazing transitions in that. But in here, I keep it really simple. So I drag that custom animation down to there. And this gives you two things. This point at the end there is the start point, and this other point is the end point. So we have the start, we have the end. All you need to do is determine where it should be at the end point. Simples. So if this was at the end point, I'd want that to be all the way up there, like that. Let's have the eye. Let's keep the eye. Let's keep it there like that. That's the end point. And it's that simple. It's that simple. Why are you not moving? Oh, for crying out loud. That should definitely work. What are you doing? I've got you in the right place there. We have. And at this end, you should be... Why are you doing that? Oh, hang on. It's holiday text. I put it on the background. Ignore me. If I knew what I was doing, I'd be dangerous. Right, holiday text. Okay. So we need the holiday text there at the end, and we need it at a different point at the beginning. Right, so now I've got the right thing. This is where it needs to be at the beginning, which was back that way, like that. So again, we'll have it just about there. And at this end, we want it to be there. So we've told it where it's going to be at the beginning. We have told it where we want it to be at the end. And this determines how fast it gets there. So as I go through it, it starts moving. And it reaches the end. So at what point do I want it to stop? And pretty much with this, I probably want it quite long. And I virtually want it to start moving from the very beginning. So let's try playing that. And there it goes. Now, it's not actually brilliant when you're previewing it. It looks a bit jerky. It will look far better than this when it's exported. But that's got the text moving. Now, next thing to get moving is this image here. We want that to start there, and we want that to move over there. So, position it at the beginning, making sure you are in the right place. Add the custom thing to it there. Make sure it's in the right place at the beginning. Move to the other side of your animation and just pull it to where you want it to be. So about there. And again, preview that. That actually is way too fast, but obviously you want this to marry up with the movement on the other one, so they match. So you just extend it out on the timeline. And then one will go one way and one will go the other. And it would be handy if you could see both of them, wouldn't it? There we go. Holiday goes one way, image goes the other. And it's that simple. I think that's fabulous. That is so amazingly simple. It's wonderful. Right, so I'm going to save that because we've got that bit done. Next bit, actually, it's as easy, to be honest. The only thing that makes it look a little bit more complicated is here. Why do I not have a name in there? Let me hear what that actually said. I've managed to delete it. Right, there we go. And that was no nonsense. Right, that's better. Okay, so I've got those three markers. This time, the media is not static media. It needs to be a video. If you remember what it looked like, it came from Keynote and it had the Keynote animations in it already. So as I scrub across there, no nonsense, practical, etc. So let's get it on the timeline from the no nonsense marker. But as you can see, it takes its time to come in. So it's gone through all three of those before the first one even comes in. Right, so this is what you need to do about that. As you move through it, no nonsense will disappear. It stays there for quite a while. If you remember, we determined how long inside Keynote when we exported it. So we're looking along this timeline for a bit that's black, at which point you can cut it. So Command and T will cut that, and you can take that back. You're not going to need all of that. You are definitely not. But we'll move that out of the way. Stick that up there. That will probably have moved something. Don't do that. Shall we sort this one out first? Right, so you've got a big gap at the beginning where it starts to drop in. Then you've got all of that. And then it fades out, so you've just got no nonsense. The rest of that is saying no nonsense. So that's your 5 seconds that's on the screen. And guess what? We don't need it. So just cut it off. At the beginning here, you don't need all of the black either. So you want that to come in as it's starting to drop down. So you definitely don't need any of that. That makes it much more manageable. In fact, as we slot that in there, it's not taking up all 3 bits here, and that's not bad. What I need to check next is how long do you want it to say no nonsense there where everything's gone. And I probably don't want much of that at all. But what I actually need more than anything else is for all of this magic to happen within that space, and it's too long. Could I edit it? Probably. But you see how difficult it will be to edit? I can't just cut frames out because that smoke and dust that's coming up needs to be there. It just needs to match up with the text that I'm saying, which is right here is where you will find no nonsense, and then I stop for breath down at the bottom. That needs to stay on there until that point. I might get away with it a little bit longer, but the reason I don't want to get away with it a little bit longer is I say the word practical, and the word practical's got to come in, and we're going to have to go through all this again. So actually, I could just do with that finishing at that point. But if it finishes there, it's going to look really rough. So, other things you can do with it. Let's go back into here. Right, what we need to do with it is... It's one of these. I can never remember which one. It's hardly ever touched them. Hardly ever touch these. Should be video effect. Hang on a minute. Where are you? Where's video effects gone? I am such a stupid screen resolution. I think I'm upsetting it. Right, let's try this. Where have you gone? Come on. I know the icon, but I'm sure there should be something over here that says video. You're hiding from me. You are. This is because my screen is so tiny. Right, you've got visual effects on here. So if you look at them, you can take colours out, you can make things black and white, sepia, you can spotlight a window, and the holy grail, the clip speed. You can speed up and slow down the clip speed. So I'm going to drag that over there. That has added it, but at the moment, it's underneath there. So you need to take that out. And I need to pull that back, and what it's going to do is increase the clip speed to 1.75, so everything happens. You don't cut frames out, but you don't lose anything. It just happens faster. So let's have a look at that. Same thing will happen, but it happens faster. Now, the preview, as I've said, is diabolical. The preview looks terrible. It won't look like that when it's exported. And you just need to rinse and repeat with the other bits. So coming back over to the overlays here, there's the practical bit. So how much at the beginning can we lose? A little bit, because it doesn't even start dropping in to there. So we can definitely crop that off at the beginning. And then go and find the end where you've got the 5 seconds of the word practical on the screen. And then it's going to go into straight to the point. So while we're at it, if we cut that at just the right spot, which is Command and T, that's the right spot, and then we can just bring this back. And there's 5 seconds of practical on there with nothing happening. And we want that really tiny, because it's going to have to fit into a very, very small space. So let's take that back to there. Now that is still far too long. If we bump it up to that one, it needs to have finished at an absolute minimum with that, I would say there, which is just as I'm about to say the last line. But again, you do exactly the same. You drag and drop the clip speed on. It tells you it's added an effect. You expose that effect, grab the end, and that one is a little bit faster. That's at 2 times that. You also then have, up at this end, the last piece. And that is almighty long. Look at it. And then it's got new videos and it's got all of the rest of it. Now, I think I did animate the new videos. So I'm just going to get a black bit there and I'm going to split it, which is Command and T. Worry about the rest of those later. What I'm concerned about at the moment is this one. And I know that it's right at that end, and I need an out on this. Right, I talk about new videos at that point. So at this point, it might be that long, it might be less. But we'll see where we're up to here. When there's the dust. So move fractionally to the right of that and take that up. So if that played at single speed, it would run out there. It would run out of content at that point. So let me try and play that. And those three are in the right place. So as I say, preview, shocking. Hopefully, I'm going to try to stop everything else, let you have a look at it. Oh, that preview's diabolical, isn't it, Mike? You literally can't see what you're going to get. But from experience, I know that that's going to be okay. So we've done 2 huge bits there. And we've got these other bits to go. Now, these are slightly different. We're talking about new videos. Keep going, great advice. And every week. And I think there is some animation on that, which came from Keynote. So there is some animation in terms of them coming up to the front. But you've also got not only 5 seconds of that on the screen doing nothing. Between them, this black bit, that's 2 seconds. And you probably don't need that much either. So, issue with this is, did I go wrong in Keynote? Because I exported it as a video. I did obviously have some animation on it, bringing it to the front, but then it is there, and the next minute it's gone. So I've just got black. I don't have that sat on the screen. It's not bad. It's not bad. But if I needed it on the screen for a little bit longer, I've just got this huge black frame. Isn't going to do anybody any good. But this is what you can do about that. So find the gap between them, which is the black frame, and trim into it. That was a good guess, wasn't it? Right, which gives us that. Now, if this needs to be on the screen for longer, you've got a couple of options. You may think to yourself, you could do that. If I needed that on the screen for twice as long, then yes, retiming it would be one option. You drag and drop the clip speed on, you bring it up, and instead of taking it down, you make it smaller, the clip speed increases, but you can actually take it out, and now it's going at less than half speed. So take a look at what that looks like. It just draws it out. Same thing happens, just slower. So that's one option. But I didn't actually want it to take longer. I wanted it to reach the end and sit with that on the screen. And this is one of the main reasons that I moved to Camtasia. If we get to the end here, it goes to black, take it back until you've got the frame that actually I would like that on the screen for another 5 seconds. That would be awesome, without affecting the speed of the clip. This is how you do that. You trim that back so you have that frame there that you would like extending. You hold down the Option key, and as you hold the Option key, your pointer changes. It looks like a square with an arrow on it. And you just grab that and you can extend it as much as you like. It basically takes the last frame of the clip and duplicates it, multiplies it as long as you need. Just hold that frame for as long as you need. That little symbol that you get there is the stitch icon. That's to tell you that you've either glued 2 pieces of footage together or you've extended the frame, one or the other. That extend frame is the most amazing feature. The only way to do it in ScreenFlow is to take screenshots and line them up on the timeline, and the colours don't match. It's hideous. Now, I love that feature. That feature would be fantastic if that was all it did. But back at this end, let's say, now this actually does have some kind of animation coming into it. So this is not going to be the best example of this. But let's say, what can we do it with the woodwork? Up to media. I only have a little bit of video in here at the moment. I have obviously everything I need. It just doesn't demonstrate this very well. But let's imagine that one of these posters is a video, because it works exactly the same on video. And I just stick that down there. And that's my video. And it's too short. I need it longer. Then you hold down that option key. In fact, it does need to be video to do that. Okay, we won't do that. We'll do it on here. Right, so let's say at the beginning of this. So I'm going to clip it to there. So let's say I need that to sit on the screen for much longer. I can do it at the end and extend it. But the beauty of Camtasia is it can do it the other way. And now what I wanted on the screen at the beginning is there as well. Looks a bit Frankensteinish, doesn't it, with the stitches? But it works brilliantly. That comes into play when you do your J cuts and your L cuts, that you need something on the screen. And maybe you talked for longer than you actually have footage. So what I would do with that is just pull it back. And basically I'm extending the footage. I'm working with screen recording most of the time, but it doesn't matter what video it is, you can extend it forward and extend it backwards. So for this, where I need it on the screen for longer, that's absolutely perfect. So what I'll be doing this week is wrapping that up, and then we'll do the whole export and everything next week, and a couple of rolling edits. But it's all coming together. We've got the holiday bit done, one going one way, one going the other. We'll put the dogs in, and then we've got these videos that were exported from Keynote, all keyed up properly, rekeyed the speed for 2 of them, and then this one here managed to extend it. So actually, you don't have to be that precise when you're exporting from Keynote. If you remember, I just accepted 2 seconds and 5 seconds and said I'll sort the rest out in post, which those are the techniques that you use to do that. So to move something, you have the animation. To retime something, you have the retime option, which is a visual effect. And to extend both backwards and forwards, you have the extend option. So those are the 3 tricks I'll use with the rest of that, and we'll get it published next week. How about that? Is that a good idea? Have we any idea what's in these boxes for unboxing? Because I'm looking at them and I don't have a clue. Shall we do an unboxing? Shall I just grab a random box? Would you enjoy that? Would you enjoy the grabbing of a random box? Which one came yesterday? No. Give it here. You have no idea, have you?
No.
There you go, it rattles. Shall we open it?
But they've all been de-COVIDed.
I can see that with the labels all coming off. Right, I shall share my screen over here. I have my webcam. Let me know you're still alive, folks. And let's take that across. There we go.
Let me know you're still awake, Johnny.
Johnny's not awake. He's gone. I knew it. I knew it. Right, Amazon box. I'm hoping it's what I'm thinking it might be. So let's get that up. But before I do that, I do need to do this. Because we wouldn't want another calamity, would we, Mike? Go on. Yay! Right, that's that done. Right, bring that in. I'm hoping it's the right one. No, it's not the right one. That's medication, Mike. That wasn't last week. No, let's start again. Could this one have come? What's this one? That sounds the same. Give me another one. What's this one? Oh, that sounds far more hopeful. That one sounds far more hopeful. Let's have a look. Whee! Oh, that's thrilling. Yet again, it's medication. This time it's for the dog. Mike, these must have been here weeks. These arrived the 1st of June.
Oh.
I let him take the stuff in, and where do I get? But at least you're enjoying this. There's lots of unboxings. One of them might actually be something tech related. But at least we're unboxing all of the others now, aren't we? No, Mike, look! Medication! You're wondering how much medication we have, aren't you? There you go. It's Diorolite, which is effective fluid balance. But you're thrilled by that. Is there any tech there, Mike? What's that one? Oh, I've no idea.
This feels techy. It's oblong.
Oh, this is the best unboxing ever. Even I don't know what's in it.
Aren't those big boxes techy?
Oh, is that tech? Is that tech? Let me have a look. This is a farce. Okay, we'll say this is a bit techy. You must have had these boxes down there for weeks. You're wondering, aren't you? You're wondering what that is. If anybody's got an idea, let me know. And I'll let you know if you're right. Let me get to the bottom of the chat. I can only see the top of the chat.
Well,
right.
It'll fill the bin up anyway.
Are you Amazon's biggest customers? Yes. Yes. That does look very strange. But hopefully it'll work. This is for a plan we've got. These are sticky things which are supposed to hang up curtain poles. I'll believe it when I see it. But there you go, it's sort of techy. They're not picture hooks, believe it or not. They are sticky on the back, and on the front they have this, what looks like a bit of a nail.
Ah. To Mike. Merry Christmas, love Santa.
Isn't even joking. Right, so the idea is with a sticky pad, rather than drill into your double glazing, you stick that on, and then you buy a pole that goes over that. I know where the poles are. They're in the bedroom. So these were the bits that I needed to do that. So that was for the extension. Screen cleaners, visuals.
I've got some diorite too.
I'm thrilled for you, Mike.
Yeah.
I'm going to take this other one because this looks like tech. This one looks like tech. I'm thinking it's tech because it's nice and flat. Look at that. So what could be in something as flat as that? There was definitely one arrived yesterday for me that had tech in it. Let's open it. Let's open it. There we go. I'm thinking this one is tech. This one's tech. You've seen me unbox about 1 million of these things. But you know that this week, this is so important. Because I had to use one of my SSDs. You're not far wrong, Paul. It's a disc. It's an SSD. I didn't go for a 1 terabyte this time, unfortunately, because the price has more than quadrupled. But this one was on offer, so I did get a 480 gig to use as a backup. So yes, you're quite right. It's another hard drive, which means today. Those boxes arrived today, didn't they? There's a box to put this in, which is down there as well. So I've got one of these. And I'm still waiting for the one that arrived today. You've no idea which one arrived today?
No.
Oh, for crying out loud, Mike. It must be one of those over there.
Did one arrive today?
Yes, it did. This is like Christmas. I'm only missing the Christmas tree. I'm only missing the tree.
There's one for me.
I'm sure it's not for you.
It's got my name on it.
That doesn't mean it's for you. Oh, you're opening some of these things without
It's diorite.
Right, I'm not actually sure what this one is. There you go. This one looks big, doesn't it? But I think what's in it is the techie thing that arrived today, and it's not actually. It shouldn't be in a package this big. I'm pretty sure it shouldn't. Right, let's have a look. Let's open it up. I'm quite right, you know. Look. There we go. It's my chalky pens. Chalky pens in a massive packet. I've no idea how they're going to compare to the other ones. Let's have a look. I'm getting well into my chalky pens. Oh, they're all individually wrapped as well. Will you stop making a noise? Just put everything down. Ugh, come on. There we go. So each one's individually wrapped as well. Uni's a good mate though, normally. So let's have a look. Possibly a bit thick, but it did say 3mm. I think they were lying to me. What does it say? 1.8 to 2.5mm. Just me? That looks way bigger than that. Way bigger. Anyway, where did I put those hard drives? Hang on. One of the ones with the labels on. There's the one from the 9th, Right, so let's get the keyboard out of the way. Oh, don't you love it when the desk looks like that? And let's put the 9th on. Are you supposed to do something with this? Because I'm not seeing it writing. Okay, there's obviously some magic with this. Oh, can we hear that? Clearly I need to prime it first somehow. Oh, there's instructions on it, for crying out loud. I'm trying to do an unboxing. What's Mike unboxing? He's taking the labels off stuff. Right. Shake before use. Remove with a wet wipe.
Like somebody else we know.
What?
That does the recycling of the cardboard.
Crying out loud, he does, doesn't he? Right, I'm shaking it. There we go. There is a ball in this one, the other one there isn't. So this could work completely differently. Shake it, then push the nib in. If I do this, Neil, and it doesn't work. Crying out loud. The other one wasn't this technical. Right, let's get the plastic thing and do as Neil says. Neil should know about these things. Oh, now I've got chalky stuff. There we go. I have got chalky stuff, so you're quite right, Neil. Let's get that on there and let's rewrite that as the 9th again. Oh, that is very different. That is much brighter. It's not actually as thick as I thought it would be, but there you go. But much brighter than the other one, which was what I thought when I looked at them. I think to get the best out of that, you'd need the whole of the label rather than trying to put it at the bottom. But I got these pens on the basis that I thought the labels looked fabulous and the pen was going to last 5 minutes. But you can see a huge difference in the pens there. So, yes, pens were a good investment. So what do you use yours on, Neil? I'm presuming you use it on a chalkboard. We used to have a blackboard in my day with real chalk.
So did we.
Yeah. In fact, we had a green board.
Did
you have the one in history that was like on the wall that was like fabric and you used to pull a handle down and it went round?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had that. That looks really good. That looks much brighter. I am much happier with that. But it's going to depend how it dries. And at the moment, slowly. I can see... I'm not sure if you can see that. You might be able to if I tip it properly. Let's try and get the light off it. It looks wet. Whereas the other one dried instantly. So I might have to contemplate that as well. That's like what's called a paint pen. Use them to mark devices and paintings with black frames. Ooh. That is still wet. It's tacky. Which, do they ever dry? That's tacky. I will leave it and see how long it takes to dry, and I will then investigate whether it comes off now. No blackboards in schools now. No, I can imagine. Ours have got iPads. You see, the top one dried instantly. But I can see the light shining off it. I'm not sure if you can see the light shining off it. I will tip it. You might see the light shining off it. But you can see how it smudges at the beginning. So I would either need to leave it for some considerable time. I will investigate this week and report back how it works. I'll find something to do with it. You're right on Windows, apparently. Barbie Christmas on Windows. I think I could put far more memorable messages on our Windows. Couldn't you? Who are you? Go away. But there you go. That was my techie thing. So I knew there was a hard drive and there's a box somewhere for the drive. But I'm not at all sure where that is. And obviously Mike's been ordering these for weeks. Who knew? Still not dry. God, does it dry in your lifetime, Neil? Scary stuff. I'm wondering if this will ever dry. I'll report back. It's got to dry in the end, doesn't it? They do dry, but they're hard to remove. Well, we'll find out, won't we? At a push, I can always take the label off. I'm experimenting. Leave me while I'm happy. I've just thought the black labels look great. Maybe these pens aren't the best. Well, at least the other pen works. I will be investigating with pens now. Now that end's dry. Let's see if it'll come off. That end there. Yeah, it does come off. I wouldn't say it comes off as easy as the other one, but it does come off. If it ever dries. Yeah, it might be a wise idea to kind of mark these up the night you start doing the backup and then leave it till the following morning. That might be a better idea. Ah, Deb, they take a while to dry. Okay, thank you for that. It's not just me then. I think it's getting there. I can tell with the light. But the other one's instant, and this is just some kind of cheap thing that came with it. I was not expecting great things from this at all. But hey, it gives me something to play with. So I'll be setting this up as... This should be able to back up the bigger one. Even though I've put a 960 in or a 980. I don't intend to have that much in the way of applications or anything on the drive. It will pretty much be used to process stuff or make recordings, and then those recordings will be taken off elsewhere. So it should be all right to back up from that. From a crafty geek girl. Ah, you know these things, Deb. I don't. No, I have no idea. I'm just doing things like removing ear knots and stuff like that. I get all the best jobs. She did not want to talk to me after I'd done that, I can assure you. She was a very grumpy girl with me. Very grumpy. Doubtless she'll be speaking to me again tomorrow when I'm stood there with a treat in my hand. But tonight, grumpy. Very grumpy. Did Kiva ever get her full trim? Because if I had to try doing that, oh no, she'd file for divorce. Emancipation she'd file for. But there we go. There's the unboxing. There is potentially 2 other unboxings to come, which will be next week. Because one, I don't know which is in which box. Clearly Mike has no clue at all. We've unboxed stuff we'd forgotten we'd bought. I literally had forgotten these things. This was to put up in Mike's laughable holiday. But we never got round to it, did we?
No.
No. Well, now it's there. I will report back on whether the curtain poles work. And you have seen the Diora light that we've got as well. Oh, and the dog's medication. So, yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
and the Otravine.
No, they didn't actually see the Otravine, but there was Otravine in that box as well.
Well, it's here.
That arrived on the... How many are there?
3.
Yes, that's right. And about 27 of the...
Diora light.
The Diora light's a story.
Plus 2 more downstairs.
It's a saga. You're only allowed to buy 2 once a week. So we've had to, sort it out. Yes, Neil. Keyboard. While it's sat there. There it is. I'm trying to keep this clean. Come on. Shouldn't put my glasses on. Can't see the dirt when it's not clean. Right, there it is. Is it staying, or am I returning to my Apple one? Should we do the short one? It's staying. It's fabulous. I love it. Tonight I was flicking between my Mac and my laptop, which is there. There's the laptop. With the button on the keyboard up here. So I've got the laptop hooked up to the keyboard. So I could just flick between them and answer comments in there and then go back to my Mac. So the Bluetooth part of it is working brilliantly. I have had 0 problems with the keyboard, the keys. I've got 0 problems with it disconnecting or generally fiddling around. It's not needed charging. There is a huge battery in it. The battery is in this bit here, so it's massive. It is heavier than the Apple one, but the little feet underneath make it very sturdy. It said a year. You would get a year out of one charge. Obviously, I'm going to leave it until it starts getting erratic, and then I can say to you, it needed charging after however many weeks or months. Key travel-wise, it's more like the old Apple keyboard, which I must admit I did prefer. The new one's nice, but there isn't much travel on the keyboard, the keys, and sometimes you think, like, did I touch that or not? And then it doesn't register, and you think, well, it might have been me or it might have been the keyboard. This one feels more like the traditional one, the one that with the AA batteries in it, or the cabled one. So yes, it's staying, hasn't needed charging, feels fantastic, working well. I have had other Bluetooth keyboards and they've not been the best. They disconnect or the keys don't register. This one's got no problems like that. So happy, very happy to recommend that. There is a different version of it which has black keys and is space grey, and it's only the same price as this one. There is also one that's fractionally more expensive. If you want to spend another $30, you can get one that's backlit. I took the decision I really don't need that. I hardly ever use that feature anyway. And I wasn't overly concerned about having black keys because pretty much everything in here is white. So I went for the silver one. But there is that option if you want to. So Neil says, not a fan of the small Magic Keyboard, it feels cheap. This feels well made. I'm trying to compare it with other keyboards I've had. I have had another Matias, but that one was a totally different thing. This feels like, it feels like an Apple keyboard, only it's heavier than an Apple keyboard, which makes it feel a little bit more sturdy. It doesn't bend as easy. Now, to be honest, I haven't picked the other one up. Is it Windows compatible? That's a good point. I don't know. You got your Surface there? Let's find out. It's Apple in terms of the keys, but if it's just a Bluetooth keyboard, can you do a Bluetooth thing with it?
Yeah.
Right, I'll press the button when Mike says. So how you would connect it is just hold one of these 4 buttons in, and that puts it into pairing mode. And once it's in pairing mode, you would then, on the device itself, which obviously Mike will have, just click on it. I don't think it even gave... It connected straight away. It doesn't sort of play around asking for keys to be put in, put a number in, because you are switching between them, so it's instant. You like the backlight on your laptop and bridge. If you love a backlight, then the space grey one that's £30 more would be the way to go. I guess I'd use it if it was there, I wouldn't particularly turn it off. I did see a couple of reviews of other keyboards that said the backlighting kind of ruins the battery life. And I mean ruins. It took the battery life down from about 4 or 5 months to 3 days.
Found an Echo Show.
That's next door's. That's not ours. Right, I'm holding down the key. It's flashing blue. Do you see Matias keyboard listed?
Not yet. Yeah, keyboard input.
Yep.
I'm guessing it's that.
Well, accept
so select
that.
It.
Yes, before it changes its mind.
Your device is ready to go.
Ooh, cool.
We're setting up Bluetooth peripheral device.
This is Windows. It could be a while, Neil, but I think it might be compatible. So when it's finished fiddling...
Well, if I open up Notepad, see if you can type.
Oh, this is good. Right, you ready?
Go on. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Yes, it's Windows compatible. Right, what happens if I tap that key?
It brings up the start menu.
Yes, it's Windows compatible. Awesome. Right, I'll switch it back to mine now, before I get into trouble. I leave it set on there and I start typing. Yes, it's Windows compatible, you just don't get the Windows keys on it. But it's basically the same as if you'd got a Windows keyboard that's compatible with a Mac, only it's got these keys on it. Other than that, yep, everything's fine. I've had it on my iPad. Works brilliantly.
Right, I'll remove the device now.
Thank you. So you're very welcome, Neil. It's been a good purchase. I'm happy. I'm happy with it. My next trick is going to see how long the battery lasts. I don't think it'll last a year, but we'll see. We'll see. So Deb says the light only comes on when I'm typing and during the day I don't use it. The bridge, which is silver, and the space grey bridge did need the backlight. I'd never thought about the colour of the keys needing the backlight. One that I was looking at, a keyboard, was basically just for editing in Hindenburg. And I didn't really want the keyboard. It was about £100, £120. I just wanted some kind of decals that could go on the keys, so I could learn the shortcuts. But I was tempted, and then I came to my senses and bought the Stream Deck and be done with it.
Not letting me remove it.
Well, I've turned it back to being on the Mac, so it's not attached.
Are you sure you want to remove the device? Yes.
Yes, go on.
It's doing nothing.
Neil, in answer to that question, yes, it works. No, you can't get rid of it. Are you sure?
Oh, it's gone now.
Finally.
Just taking its time.
Just annoying you, Mike. Yes, this is the keyboard that's been on my desk for the last 2 weeks. It came 2 weeks ago yesterday. Like I say, haven't recharged it since. Haven't been tempted back to the Apple one. Love the fact that I can have an iPad in front of me and just switch to that. Thing is, I don't do that much typing on my iPad. It would be futile, wouldn't it, to have that keyboard on the desktop and then deliberately put an iPad in front of me. The only time I actually do that, genuinely now, and there is a reason, is when I'm doing 3 webinars for people. And I have 1 webinar on each screen. And then if I need access to my mail or something, then I actually prop my iPad up in front of me and I do other stuff on that. So yes, legitimately there could be a reason that I would do that. But there you go. We have unboxings, we have keyboards, we have a video that's almost ready. We've retimed a video. We've done the edits that you can do on there in Camtasia and to some degree ScreenFlow are actually more advanced edits than I've seen in applications like Final Cut and Premiere. Seriously, they are very, very good. You just need to have your head around it. Oh, and that's 4K video, by the way. I don't know if that was obvious that it was. But either way, I'll save that file and we'll go in and look what we've got coming up, because we've got lots of things coming up. Holy multitasker. That's not unusual, Kim. That's one of the reasons that I just could not switch back to Windows. Windows wouldn't let me route the audio like that. So I can do 3 webinars and I can have the audio for each webinar totally separate. So I can either have it on in 3 different pairs of headphones, but I've got a monitor on the screen that I can see who's talking and who's not. So it's audio hijack. Audio hijack is just fabulous. Totally fabulous. Would not want to do without that. The number of people who ask him, will there be a Windows version? And every time they are severely disappointed. See, I even had a slide for that, but there you go. That is the keyboard. That's what it looks like. The only difference between that, in terms of looks and I guess functionality, is the top row of function keys are half size, and on the Apple keyboard they're not. And the other difference, which has only caught me out twice, is over on this side, over here. There, no, not the top one. Hang on, not the top one. These here. On the Apple keyboard, no, back we come. Right. On the Apple keyboard, that plus key is half size. And that minus key is down there. And those 3 keys are over there. So basically, that is your multiply and that is your minus. Which means that that one there should be your divide. And I use that for the date when I'm putting the date in. And when I put the date in and I put the slash in it, I've hit the wrong key twice. However, all that did was made me seriously contemplate how I put the date in. And I noticed that 9 times out of 10, I was putting today's date in. So I have the ability to do that with Typinator, but it's in sort date format. So I just created another Typinator entry called DJ, which is, was it DJ? No, JD, journal date. And that solved the problem. So again, I looked at my workflow with that and it solved the problem. I got it from a company called the Keyboard Company, but it is an American company, so you should find them all over the place. And that was the one that I went for. And as it says, lots in stock. They are selling quite a few of these. Obviously, just before I bought it, I decided I'd do a look round, look for reviews and stuff. And there was quite a few reviews. And they were all very, very good. All of the reviews in there were very good, apart from one that said they didn't think it was as classy as the Apple one, which I did give some thought to, and I came to the conclusion if I didn't like it, it would send it back. To be honest, when it arrived, I thought it's absolutely the same quality as the Apple one. So that was just what somebody said, and I must admit, I did not agree with them. I think it's just as good. Right, okay. What have we got here? It's that one, I think. Yes, we're back. Same time, same place next week. Possibly with Jonathan awake. But at the moment, oh no. I'm claiming this one, Jonathan. Good morning, Jonathan. Now, we also have something else coming up, which I don't seem to have a slide for. That's a gross oversight on my part. We, of course, have Marooned. We are continuing with Marooned. But in just over a week, it's WWDC. And we will be there covering it live, our inimitable style, with the unofficial commentary, which usually is basically me with expletives, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, we're having another games demo. Oh, fabulous. So yeah, if you want snark, you want our alternative commentary. We will be having a Maroon that day, but we might have to move it because they have had the temerity to grab our slot. And much as though I'd like to think everybody would be with us, unless suppose we just call marooned the coverage of WWDC. But we'll be there that day for quite a while. It's Monday the 22nd. Make sure you have that in your diary. Other than that, you can catch up with us
Some
in
more
Slack.
details here.
We've got more, have we? Anything worth knowing about?
Special event keynote and platforms State of the Union.
Oh, they always do the State of the Union. That's the day after, isn't it? Or is it after the keynote?
After the keynote.
After the keynote. They
2
always do that.
p.m.
Yep, they always do
Pacific
that.
time.
Which means it'll be 10 p.m. our time, and we can cover that as well if you like.
100 plus engineering sessions.
Thrilling.
All new developer forums. One-on-one developer labs by appointment.
I don't think they'll be doing those remotely. Do you? Probably not. I'm trying out this chalk thing now. Yeah, not bad. I'll see how long it takes to dry. A WWDC marooned at MacBites headquarters. MacBites Live special. Why not, Kim? We haven't done a MacBites Live since that debacle last December. Which is, I don't know about everybody else, but it's certainly scorched on my brain. Let's just sit and talk for 2.5 hours about absolutely nothing because Apple aren't actually doing an event. That one, remember that? They sent a press release out and then didn't do an event. It's all right, we managed. We had a ball, didn't we? We planned lots of upcoming events. Anyway, I mentioned Slack. If you are not with us in Slack, do feel free to join us in Slack. macbites.co.uk/Slack. And he updated the thing yesterday. It's where we carry on the conversation in the week and generally have an absolute ball. So if you're not with us, you really do need to be with us. Other than that, we're going to be back next week. But just feast your eyes over that. Then I'll come out of there. Oh, it's not coming out. Ooh, there we go. That was fun. I'm presuming you mean the eventless event ball. That was fabulous. Right. Let's transfer it. Good morning, Jonathan. Right. I'm going to get in there now. Get to the end. The last few weeks, it's been Jonathan that I've been changing. But today, whoa, I've clawed one back. The non-event event you bought, Devon Agent. Devon Agent's fabulous. I found some really amazing stuff with that. I'd been doing research on an actor that I got a website for. And obviously I'd done searches loads of times. I did a search on there and found a load of pictures that no one had ever seen. That was fantastic. I loved it. Right, I've written on my label. I'm now going to see how long my label takes to dry. Best part of the rest of my life, by the look of it. Sure, it'll be fine in the end. So, I've clawed one back for the team. You are very welcome, Deborah. We're going to head off and have something to eat if it's not a little bit too late. Is tonight's show possibly longer than last week?
Yes, it is, by 10 minutes.
Whoops. Didn't need it, though, didn't need it. Lost Jonathan in the middle of the Excel thing.
Great, thanks.
It's all right. He needs to be fresh to appreciate Excel. So he just kind of nodded off. But good night, everybody. We will go out with that, I think, with the score, so Jonathan doesn't miss it. We will be back next time. But for the moment, it's good night from me.
It's good night from me.
And we'll both see you next time. Night, guys.